It was a day like any other in Konoha. The sun was shining. The people of the village were walking around shopping and being happy, and the third Hokage was in his office doing paperwork. The third Hokage was a busy man, as he had to run a village, but he was still as sharp as ever. Nothing ever escaped his attention unless he allowed it to do so. So, when for the first time in nearly 3 weeks, he didn't hear the cries of a baby in his office, he was immediately on guard. Going over to the corner, he found an empty crib and he summoned his ANBU immediately. "Where is young Naruto?" "I left him here in my office during the council meeting. Under your care, Hawk," questioned Hiruzen. "Sir, you sent a letter with Serpent that you wanted Serpent to transport young Naruto to you. It was signed by you, sir. The note even had your Hokage's seal on it," replied Hawk. "Serpent? But that's the code name of Orochimaru. We don't use that one anymore," muttered Hiruzen under his breath before his mind put together some pieces and said, "Gather all of the ANBU. I want Orochimaru and Naruto found and brought to me, unharmed if possible for the snake, and any other condition will be unacceptable for Naruto." Hiruzen and his top agents raced through the village before Hiruzen was summoned by Shark to an underground bunker, one like where they found Tenzo. Unsure of what he would find in the bunker, Hiruzen opened the bunker and traveled to the main chamber. There he found Naruto, alive and well, if not a bit dirty, and a note. "I think that this experiment will work better than any of the others, Sensei." Orochimaru. Hiruzen was careful to watch Naruto closely from that day on, but nothing ever came of it. So Hiruzen, still nervous about a sleeper agent situation from Naruto, decided that at the age of 6, Naruto was to enroll into the academy. Naruto, age 9. Naruto Uzumaki, you are to perform the clone jutsu. You will need at least 3 clones to pass this portion of the test, and to pass in general, said a generic chunin. Naruto shook his head and handed the chunin a scroll from the Hokage that basically said, Naruto had an ocean of chakra. A basic clone is like trying to use an eyedropper to remove all of the water from the ocean. Generic chunin number 1 looked at generic chunin number 2 and shrugged. "You passed, kid." Naruto, age 10. "Ryo Sensei, I did it," said Naruto from standing on top of a small lake, having been able to master water walking. "Good job, Naruto. Let's see if you can spar with Carry on top of the lake," replied his sensei before Naruto watched the brown-haired girl on his team race towards him, making him block. Naruto used his 2-arm block to push the girl backwards, causing her to swing her arms to try and regain her balance. Naruto used this to his advantage, sliding forward and slamming his elbow into her chest before dropping low and sweeping her legs. Carry fell on her, and when she looked up, she was greeted to the sight of Naruto's foot sending her downwards through the surface of the water. Naruto smiled and said, "Did you see that, Sensei?" "I did, Naruto, but the spar isn't over," said Ryo, just in time for hands to grab Naruto's ankles and pull him underwater. Naruto, age 11. "I know that it sucks that you got bounced in the second round of the Chunin exams, Naruto, but I have faith in you and know that you will get it next time," Ryo told his blonde-haired student. Naruto nodded and said, "I'm going to learn something super useful that will make sure that they never gang up on me again." "Exactly, you just have to put in the work, but to be fair, you were the youngest genin in this." "Don't worry, Carrie and Mara will be sure to finish what you guys started," said Ryo as he ruffled Naruto's hair. "So, when can we get started?" asked Naruto. Ryo smirked and slapped a seal onto Naruto's back, causing his blonde-haired student to collapse to the ground. "Right now, that seal will triple your weight. We're going to start with strength and speed training at the same time." Naruto, age 12. "Naruto, run!" screamed Ryo as he stood in front of the blonde-haired genin and the rest of his squad. "Listen, we don't want anyone but the blonde over there. Step aside, and we'll spare you and your 2 other students," hissed one of the Hidden Rock Ninja. "That isn't the Konoha way. We take care of our own," spat back Ryo before the 4 Jonin all started to launch an attack at Ryo. "Ryo Sensei NOO!" screamed Naruto, Carrie, and Maro all at once as their sensei wasn't able to overcome the combined attack of the Rock Jonin. Ryo's head was sent flying towards his students, It flew a little over their heads before coming to a stop. Maro, being 15, was the next to push Naruto and carry ahead, but he too would fall not long after. His screams making Naruto sprint even faster than he thought possible. He was trying to drag Carrie with him, but she was proving to be nothing but dead weight. And because Carrie was frozen with fear when kunai made of rocks rained down on them, she too would perish to the assault of the rock Jonin. "Please, why are you doing this?" cried Naruto. The young blonde was unable to try and process what was happening. "You can blame your scumbag father for what he did to us," spat one of the rock Jonin. Naruto hiccuped and said, "I don't know who my father is." Another one of the rock Jonin smirked and said, "Well, it sucks to be you, kid, because we figured out that bastard Flash was your father from nothing more than a glance in your direction." Naruto crawled backwards into a tree, and when he failed to move back any further, the four Jonin laughed before advancing, thinking that this was almost too easy. Naruto's heartbeat was thundering inside of his ears, his brain rattling from the force of his heartbeat in his ears. Naruto closed his eyes and waited for the sharp pain that he assumed would come with being stabbed or death. "H-h-h-h-h," screamed a male as he was pierced in the chest, straight through and out the back. Blood poured down his back, and his life was over within seconds. "You truly are pathetic, but I will not be allowing you to get us both killed," hissed a dark voice inside of Naruto's mind as Naruto realized that he was alive. Naruto looked up and saw that the tree that he had been against had suddenly grown a sharp spear that had ended the life of the man who was about to end his life. Naruto's eyes flashed a forest green, and suddenly the trees around him exploded around him, wrapping up the remaining three rock Jonin, not allowing them to escape. "Please have mercy," screamed one of the rock Jonin. Naruto's green eyes narrowed, and he said, "Of course I will show you mercy." This caused the Jonin to relax, until Naruto continued on to say, "The same amount of mercy that you showed my team," before the wooden wraps crushed the rock Jonin into nothing. 2 weeks later. It was a day like any other. The sky was as clear as can be. The stars were shining in the night sky, casting twinkling dots of light onto the streets below. The moon was halfway to fullness, but shined brightly anyways. It was a typical night in Konoha. The village was at great peace in the middle of the night. However, that also meant that Naruto was trapped in one of his nightmares, like a typical night. "Agh!" screamed Naruto as he woke up, his body covered in a light, gleaming coat of sweat. Naruto wiped his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. It was just a dream, or rather a nightmare. It had happened almost every time he closed his eyes. He would see his team getting killed right in front of him. Naruto checked the time and saw that it read 3:15 a.m. before he groaned as he saw that today was the day. Today was the day that Naruto, a shinobi who had lasted his entire team, would join a team who had lost a single shinobi. Team 7, Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kizo Soto had left the land of Wave, and Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura had returned with a scroll that held Kizo. It was strange to see that just 2 weeks ago, both of the teams had been whole. Team 13 had been a team that Naruto had grown very close to. Team 7, it felt wrong to say that he was a part of that team. Nevertheless, Naruto was a shinobi, and a shinobi must always perform his duties, and being on Team 7 was his latest assignment. So, with a heavy sigh, Naruto got up and prepared himself for the meeting with his new team. Hokage's office. Kakashi was early to this meeting, and by early, I mean only 45 minutes late. Hiruzen looked every single one of his 60-plus years of life at this point. Kakashi looked as unconcerned as ever, but the Hokage could see that Kakashi was basically a nervous wreck. The silver-haired Jonin hadn't turned the page on his book since he entered the room, while the book in question was tilted slightly downwards, showing that Kakashi had no interest in reading it at the moment. This was something that all of the other Jonin in the room had noticed as well, but nobody commented on it, as this meeting was unscheduled and thus clearly a bit more important than Kakashi's ability to read porn. Now, Normally, we wouldn't be having this meeting without warning, but there's been a development that I felt that you would all need to know," said Hiruzen to the Jonin in the room. He had paused to gauge the response of the Jonin before continuing. "As you may have heard, Team 13 encountered a squad of shinobi from the land of Earth. Blood was spilt from both sides. The already quiet room became even more silent. The Jonin who had been out on missions were bothered at hearing the loss of one of their own. A team of IWA Jonin had attacked a Jinin team. What was not unheard of was frowned upon. I saw we ordered their heads on a pike. The blatant attack of our shinobi can be seen as an act of war," hissed Asuma. Asuma had barely whispered in anger, but the room was so quiet that Hiruzen heard his son anyway. "Normally, I would agree with you, Asuma. If IWA shinobi are targeting my shinobi, there would be no hiding them from me. Not on this planet anyway," said Hiruzen in response to Asuma. "However, we will not be getting the heads of the men responsible." As these words left the third Hokage's mouth, the once quiet room exploded in anger. "What? Are you kidding me? This will not stand. I'll kill them myself, if I have to. Those rock-headed scum will pay for this. We cannot allow for them to slaughter entire squads." "Clap. Enough. Let Lord Hokage speak," said Kakashi with an edge to his voice, and suddenly everyone in the room was reminded of just who Kakashi really was. Not an elite. He was the elite shinobi in the village. He was an AMBU captain with 0 failed mission. He was one of the 2.5 realistic options for the next Hokage, and with Jiraiya and Tsunade traveling and seemingly never in the village for one reason or another, Kakashi was the best option that the village had on hand, and the respect that he commanded in a moment like showed it. "Now, I understand your anger and concerns, but you didn't let me explain myself," said Hiruzen before he pulled out a set of files that was passed around the room. "The entire squad was not killed. One member survived." "That's great. They can help us identify the people who did this," said Anko, her eyes showing the anger that deep within her. "That will also be unnecessary as the lone survivor didn't just survive the ordeal, they ripped the attackers apart," said Hiruzen as he gestured for everyone to open the files and see the pictures of the area and what they had found of the IWA squad. "I didn't know that Ryo was capable of something like this," said Kurenai. "Yeah, I gotta give it to him. He completely destroyed them," said Anko. "I guess the loss of his team allowed his flames of youth to explode outwards on his enemies," said Guy at a more normal voice level. "Actually, Ryo was lost in this attack along with his students, Maro and Carrie. It was the youngest of his students that survived and killed the IWA Jonin," stated Hiruzen. "You're telling us that Naruto Uzumaki did this?" asked a Hyuga Jonin. "Correct, and if you look at the images in the file, what do you see that is odd?" questioned Hiruzen. "In these pictures, the trees are warped. They were being controlled in some manner, almost like Lord First," said Shikaku after he took a glance at the photos. "That is correct. Naruto Uzumaki has somehow awoken the Mokutan, the same as Hashirama Senju," confirmed Hiruzen. The Jonin were shocked to say the least. However, Hiruzen wasn't in the mood to deal with anything less than competent people at the moment, so he spoke again before anyone else did. "Now, I have to give this exact same speech to the Civilians Council in about an hour, so I'll keep this short. We have to ensure that Naruto stays loyal to this village by any means necessary. If I find out that you witnessed any type of mistreatment of Naruto, I will personally kill you myself. We cannot afford to lose the potential second coming of Hashirama, because you have some personal hatred for the fox sealed into the young Uzumaki." The calm and passive way that Hiruzen mentioned killing them caused many of the Jonin to shrink. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not still Hokage because he liked doing the paperwork. It is because he was still the god of shinobi. Now, get out there, and I hope that you take what was said here to heart before I have to put a kunai through yours. Now everyone but Kakashi and Tenzo, get out of my office, said the legendary shinobi. Training Ground 7. Sasuke had arrived early, and not just the standard 1 hour before Kakashi arrived early, but before the sun even rose early. It had been a terrible couple of weeks for the raven-haired Uchiha. The trip to the land of waves had eaten on his mind. It was like he decided that their clan didn't need to exist anymore. It was like that Jinjustu that he had put him in. Every time Sasuke closed his eyes, he could see himself inside that prison of crystal mirrors, the fake hunter ninja, and Kizo throwing himself in front of him. Sasuke punched the wood post again and again. His hands had long since bruised and were turning a horrible shade of red. Sasuke blinked, and Kizo's blank eyes were staring back at him. "Take care of Sakura for me." Those were the final words that Kizo had spoken before the needles that had pierced through his stomach ended his life. It was a simple request, really. Sasuke didn't magically fall in love with Sakura or anything. He was willing to admit that she had matured since the passing of Kizo, even if it was a slow process. Her once long flowing hair was not chopped short to her shoulders. Her self-imposed diet was no longer a thing. She was eating like someone who was training 3 to 4 hours per day / 5 days a week. "If you keep this up, you'll be forced to redo the tape on that broken hand," called out a voice behind the Uchiha. Sasuke didn't need to turn around to know who the voice belonged to. "I can always get my hand healed. I need to get stronger." "But at what cost?" "Your health?" whispered the voice. Sasuke snarled, and his normal onyx eyes turned into a crimson and black pattern, his Sharingan flaring to life with his spike in anger. "Kizo, shut the hell up," hissed Sasuke, the whispering voice of his teammate getting on his nerves. However, when Sasuke whirled around to tell off his teammate, he was met with nothing but an empty training. "It was all in my head. I am losing myself," thought the Uchiha as he clenched his hands into fists, which was not a good idea. With a soft TSK, the bone in his right hand broken from the combination of his squeezing of his hand and the beating that it had just taken from his training. Looking up and seeing the sun rising slowly over the tree line, Sasuke knew that he had about 4 hours before Kakashi would show up and their training would start. With the knowledge of his time limit, Sasuke sucked up the pain and began his march to the hospital. He had to get his hand fixed, or Kakashi would target it exclusively in their daily spar. And it was as Sasuke left the training grounds that he could basically feel Kizo looking at his back, shaking his head as if to say, "I gave my life for you to act like this." "I will be better, Kizo," said Sasuke, mostly to himself, but also with the briefest hope that Kizo could hear it from the other side. It was hours later when Sakura showed up to the training ground. She saw Sasuke basically glaring a wooden post, his right hand covered in bandages that had red spots on them. "You overdid it again," stated Sakura. There was no question in what she said. She knew it to be true. Sasuke was a workout warrior. It was something that everyone knew about him since the time that he was 8. Hell, it was how he managed to avoid Itachi during the slaughtering of the Uchiha clan. He had been out late training. "Nothing that couldn't be healed," replied Sasuke as he refused to meet her eyes, slightly ashamed about hurting himself. "Well, if you say so, but it wouldn't make me go any easier on you in the spar later today," said the voice of their sensei off to the side of them. Kakashi looked like he normally did, unimpressed and uninterested, which meant that he was on high alert and was ready for anything at any moment. Sending his students an nice smile, Kakashi waved at them and greeted them with his normal yo. "What are you doing here this early?" asked the pink-haired girl of the group. "Me? I've been here since before Doom and Gloom over here broke his hand on the middle wooden post before sunrise," replied Kakashi as he returned his attention to his book. "Wait, you showed up 3 hours early today?" asked Sasuke. "Sure did," lied Kakashi. He had seen Sasuke on his way to the hospital on the way to the Hokage's debriefing and had a shadow clone follow Sasuke and get the full story when Sasuke told it to the doctor who healed his hand. While lying was wrong, Kakashi also didn't give a shit. "I like to mix up my schedule every now and then," said Kakashi as he turned the page of his book. "Besides, I wouldn't want to make a bad impression on my new student." Both Sasuke and Sakura both froze. New student. They knew that eventually they would have to go back onto the active roster and that someone would be assigned to the team, but so soon? It had been only a couple of weeks. Wasn't that a bit too soon? Kakashi, as if reading their minds, said, "We're not going to be taking another mission for another week at the earliest and nothing outside the village for the next month. In fact, if I get it my way, we will not be leaving the village until after the summer Chunin exams in 10 weeks' time." Kakashi had apparently said the right thing, as that managed to get Sakura to release a breath she didn't know that she was holding, and for Sasuke to untense and relax. "So, when will this new squad member be getting here?" asked Sakura. "Oh, Naruto is already here. Or, he's on his way into the training grounds," said Kakashi as he pointed at a figure that entered the training grounds. Naruto wasn't all that impressive. He was of average height at around 5 feet 6 inches. He wasn't overly thin. He had more of a swimmer's body, lean and firm. His hair was shaggy and unkempt, his handband being the only thing that was holding it back from his eyes, being overshadowed by his bangs. Speaking of his hair, it was the brightest shade of blonde that either Sasuke or Sakura had ever seen. His burnt orange shirt and black pants combo didn't seem like something that should exist, but he wore it anyway. "Naruto, this is Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Welcome to Team 7, said Kakashi as he gestured to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto's face didn't light up with happiness or anything like that. He just frowned and said, "I really don't want to be here or on this team." And then Sasuke and Sakura both growled, and Sasuke could hear the same voice that had haunted him for the week snarl. And just like that, Sasuke's Sharingan blazed into existence, and he launched himself at Naruto. Sasuke was by all metrics an overly impressive genin. He wielded speed, strength, flexibility, and a mind second to none in his genin class. So, when Sasuke launched himself at another genin that wasn't named Neji or Rock Lee, the result was expected that he would catch said person off ground. That would normally be the result. Sasuke was the best in his class, but Naruto wasn't from Sasuke's class. Hell, he was from the class that graduated the year Sasuke started. So, Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated and blazing, saw everything in slow motion. Naruto's arm lashed out and grasped his extended fist at the wrist. Sasuke's charging body froze in the middle of air as his entire body was being lifted by Naruto and his hold on Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke saw that there was very little surplus chakra flowing through Naruto's arm that was holding him up. This showed Sasuke that this wasn't some chakra-enhanced strength like Sakura used to supplement her strength. This was natural Naruto strength. With a jerk of his arm, Naruto sent the raven-haired Uchiha flipping backwards, and Sasuke landed on his feet onto to meet a fist to his face. Sasuke felt his cave in, and suddenly he was skidding backwards, and luckily there was a tree behind him to stop his backward slide. Sasuke glared at the blonde-haired boy, who clearly had no issue with what he was doing. "Stop thinking like an Uchiha and start thinking like a shinobi," hissed the same voice from before in Sasuke's ear. Sasuke nodded and jumped to his feet and flashed through hand signs and started to feel the air in his lungs turn into deadly flames. That feeling ended when a fist buried itself into the stomach of the Uchiha genin. Naruto's green eyes meeting the red eyes of Sasuke. Sasuke collapsed against the tree behind him before he disappeared in a blurry explosion of smoke. Naruto felt the wind along his back change and leaned forward to allow Sasuke and his kunai /miss behind him. Sasuke's eyes were spinning, and although he didn't know it, his right Sharingan changed from a single tomo to a dual tomo like his left eye. What Sasuke didn't notice was that Naruto was suddenly a lot slower. Naruto was just as surprised as Sasuke was when instead of his hammer blow hitting Sasuke in the face again, Sasuke managed to twist and avoid it. "Don't let the blonde take you out of your rhythm. Press him," whispered the voice, causing Sasuke to visually nod to the voice in his head. Sasuke used the spin to get around Naruto and was prepared to stab his kunai into the back of the blonde-haired genin when a grip much tighter than Naruto's appeared on his hand, and he looked up to see the steel-gray eye of Kakashi staring at him with anger greater than Sasuke thought possible. "Enough. If you want to put that much energy into fighting, You can spar with me at full strength after we finish our missions today, said Kakashi, his tone showing that any hint of not immediately agreeing would result in the breaking off of his foot in Sasuke's ass. Turning to Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi both watched as the green in his eyes melted away, leaving a pair of cold blue eyes staring back at them. Naruto, you on the other hand will be hanging back after our missions are done no matter of how you feel, stated Kakashi, leaving no room for an argument. Both Jin and boys nodded, understanding that Kakashi was being serious. Kakashi released Sasuke and stepped back, taking a single glance to see that Sakura was spooked by the ease in which Sasuke attacked Naruto, and how easily Naruto gave in and attacked Sasuke back. Now, I do believe that we have actual training that requires our attention. Let's go, said Kakashi as he turned and started making his way toward his own self-given mission, getting these brats to get along, knowing that his students wouldn't be dumb enough to anger him again so quickly. In the land of Earth. Bartender, I will take another one, called out a beautiful blonde woman, her hair pulled back into twin pigtails. Her green jacket left untied, showing her plain gray shirt underneath and a sizable amount of cleavage. My lady, I do not think is the best place to be at the moment. We really should keep moving, warned a less curvy black-haired woman who wore a blue robe that was tied firmly closed. In her arms was a small pink pig that was wearing pearls. Shizen, you need to loosen up a little. We don't have anywhere to be anytime soon, replied the blonde as the bartender came over and placed another bottle of sake in front of the blonde. What is the rush, Shizen? Said a voice, one that both ladies knew. They turned to see a tall man with white hair, his eyes oddly serious, nor were they wondering over their bodies. What do you, Jiraiya? Asked the blonde woman, her face twisted into one of annoyance. Well, Tsunade, I was told by Sensei to find you and have you take a look at something for us, replied Jiraiya. Tsunade groaned and said, I am not returning to the village to take a look at anything, so you can fuck off. That is no necessary, princess. I have brought the report to you, as well as a sample for Shizune or yourself to test to verify the report, said the pervert as he pulled twin scrolls out of a pocket and handed one to Tsunade and one to Shizune. You have the report, and Shizune has the blood to verify the test, continued the hermit as he sat down and ordered himself something to drink. Realizing that her former teammate wasn't going anywhere without her taking a look at whatever report he had just given her, she unsealed it and opened the folder. She looked at the name and groaned, before taking a look at what was highlighted before her eyes widened, and she looked at Shizune. Shizune, I need you to take a sample of blood from me right now and compare it to the sample that the pervert just gave you, commanded the blonde Sannin. Shizune gulped, but quickly unsealed, and then used a syringe to take a sample of Tsunade's blood before going to the bathroom. She returned a couple of minutes later and said, Lady Tsunade, they're a close match. If I didn't know any better, I would say that they're half-siblings or were an interclan pair of cousins. But that would be impossible, as you are the last of your clan. Tsunade handed over the file in her hands and said, Apparently not. Shizune took it and started to read through it, and the blonde turned back to her ex-teammate. So, why did you bring this to my attention? She asked him. Because I see no reason not to let one of the loneliest people in the world know that they have a family member out there, replied the white-haired sage before he slammed back a saucer of sake and smiled. Tsunade groaned and slammed her head onto the table and said, The goddamn exams. When are they? 45 days. Shizune, let's go. We have to prepare to make a journey in 45 days. Where are we going, Lady Tsunade? We are going back to Konoha. 43 days later. Welcome to the third round of the Chunin exam, said an exam protector, a man with pale skin who wore the standard Konoha Jonin uniform. Unfortunately, it seems that too many teams passed this time around. So, there will be preliminary round before the last stage of the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, due to the writing staff's laziness, only main characters will get fight. Sasuke versus that one guy who could drain chakra. Sasuke wasn't ready to fight. He was tried. He was hungry. He had next to no chakra left. Oh, and some snake guy had put this curse mark thing on him, and any hint of chakra made it pulse and eat at his already empty reserves even faster than it already was. But he couldn't afford to quit now. How else would he get strong enough to defeat him? If I see even the slightest spreading of that hickey, I'm going to stop the fight, whispered Kakashi before he disappeared. Sasuke tried to process what he was just told, so he missed the beginning of the match starting. It was only due to his instincts that he avoided the blitz from his opponent. Ducking under a glowing hand, Sasuke was quick to jump back and hissed as the mark on his neck throbbed at the mere presence of chakra being near it. Pain raced up and down the Uchiha's back as he struggled to keep the mark suppressed. His struggle was his opponent's gain as he attacked again. This time his chakra-covered hand clipping Sasuke on the shoulder, causing the Uchiha to let out a massive scream of pain, his body spasming as it felt the curse mark flare up again. Sasuke felt a burning sensation coming up from his stomach and did what any true shinobi would do in the middle of a fight, turned and faced his opponent. Pure liquid nastiness erupted from Sasuke's mouth and hit the older Konoha teenager that he was fighting directly in the face. Sasuke took a deep breath and rushed forward. A hard jab to the throat and kick to the back placed the older shinobi in his position of defeat. Placing a kunai at the base of the older Konoha shinobi's neck, Sasuke was declared the winner before he was whisked away Kakashi. Shino versus Zaku. Shino was every bit as cold as his personality said he was. He was in control the entire time. Zaku had managed to come to this round with a messed up arm, something Shino had zero issue taking advantage of. Shino attacked with taijutsu over and over again, partly so that his opponent wouldn't be able to use that wind sound jutsu that Shino had been warned about. The other reason, so that he could place his bugs on the sound ninja. As his partners drained his enemy of chakra, Shino pushed his opponent into a corner, so Zaku tried to push back. The result was death as Shino had his partners march their way into the brain of Zaku and poison him. Shino wins fatality. Kankuro's opponent quit, so Kankuro wins, but not really. Sakura versus Ino. Sakura didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Kakashi and Naruto both gave her a nod that she returned, and she jumped down to the ground. Ino frowned and took the stairs. That wasn't very ladylike, Sakura taunted the blonde, useless girl. Sakura again said nothing. She didn't need to. She was above this. She was above Ino in general, to be honest. The match begun, and neither girl made a move, but finally, after a moment, Ino rushed forward. The blonde-haired girl was determined to end this as fast as possible, but she was sadly mistaken in her hopes. Ino launched a normal punch at her pink-haired counterpart, a punch stronger than any that she had ever thrown in all of her time in the academy. A punch that Sakura caught easily and used to pull Ino closer before smashing her knee into the very tender ribs of the blonde girl. Ino felt the wind be knocked out of her before she was slugged in the face, the force sending her backwards. Ino felt her fly progress stopped. Unfortunately, it was by Sakura using her as a ball as she punted the blonde girl away. Ino used this kick to roll back on her feet and realized that despite the massive blows that she had taken, her body didn't have the damage that she should have. Gai. Ino released herself from the genjutsu, only to actually take a punch to the face. TSK, to think that you didn't realize that you were in a genjutsu from the beginning. Have you improved at all in the last 6 months? Asked Sakura as she tightened her gloves, flicking the blood from Ino's nose off of them. Please, you are exactly the same as I am. Isn't that right? I mean, 3 genin made their way to the land of Wave, and only 2 of them came back alive? Did you even do anything there besides getting your teammate killed? Spat Ino. Sakura growled before she exploded into Sakura petals, and Ino braced herself for a physical assault. It never came. There was no genjutsu blows, no rocking punches or monstrous kicks. No. In a blur that only the best genin in the room were able to see, Sakura buried a kunai up to the hilt into the stomach of Ino. Ino coughed up blood and fell on her back, Sakura, turned to the protector and said, "I would call the match before she bleeds out and causes someone to have to clean up her useless body in blood." Sakura wins brutally. Temari versus Kin, the girl Shikamaru fought in canon. Have you ever seen a tiny dog try to fight a giant dog? It is just outmatched in every way. Well, it was even worse in the Temari versus generic sound cannon fodder that was Kin. So Kin tried to use Jinjutsu like Sakura, but Temari was bathed in stupid and immediately realized it and unleashed a burst of chakra. The blonde shinobi followed that up by blasting the sound girl with wave after wave of wind blasts. At one point, Naruto started keeping out count of how many times Kin was blasted into the air and almost hit the ground only for Temari to blast her back into the air. The combo got all the way up to 27 before the ref decided enough was enough. He had already lost his bet of 20 and wanted to save some face. So he called the match. Tenten versus Shikamaru. Shikamaru didn't want to fight this girl who was clearly more athletic, stronger, faster, with a year more of experience. She was probably going to push the pedal to the metal, but his teammate had already been embarrassed, and Asuma basically demanded that he go out there and do his best. So from the moment that he touched down on the ground, Shikamaru was thinking, his mind rushing ahead of Tenten's movements. The Nara Genin started dodging from the moment that the match began as Tenten started the barrage. Eventually, she summoned these twin scrolls and unleashed even more weapons to throw at Shikamaru, who realized that she had wires tied to them. He was about to do what almost every Nara was trained to do since birth: turn his opponent's biggest strength into their biggest weakness or into their very defeat. As Tenten rose into the air to reload and relaunch her weapons, she suddenly found that she was frozen. Shikamaru's shadow was connected to hers. The pineapple-haired Nara smirked, and the match was over. The reason that you even started reading this story, Naruto. Naruto looked up at the board and saw his name as well as this Kiba person's name. Naruto jumped down and saw the genin from the clan of dog users standing on the ground, clearly excited by his chances against our blonde hero. "Look, we got ourselves a no-name here, don't we, boy?" Kiba chimed to his canine partner. The match started and Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest, unconcerned with what the dog-like ninja before him had planned. Kiba snarled and rushed forward with impressive genin speed. Naruto twisted his body and avoided the first slash. The second slash was dodged by leaning backwards. Naruto jumped upwards and over the spinning, swiping kick that Kiba tried to hit him with. Naruto sidestepped the white dog that had tried to launch itself at him from behind. "Gore, is this all that you can do? Avoid my attacks like a coward," growled Kiba. "I see no need to allow a wild beast who lacks the self-control to realize that he is outmatched to touch me," replied Naruto in a cold tone that were reflected in his cold blue eyes. "Akamaru, let's end this," yelled Kiba as he flipped his shinobi dog, a food pill that supercharged the dog's chakra system, making the dog all the more powerful. Kiba followed suit and downed several of the pills himself. The dog jumped on top of his owner's back, and in a burst of smoke, there was a clone of Kiba on top of Kiba. Did this bring any kind of concern to Naruto? The short answer is no, and the long answer was absolutely not. Both Kibas raced to the blonde genin. Punches were thrown and punches were caught. At the last second, Naruto lashed out and grabbed both of the fists from both Kibas. Pushing upwards, Naruto pushed both of them off balance and landed a kick into the chest of the real Kiba. The clone Kiba slashed at Naruto, who ducked under the attack before sliding to avoid Kiba's kick. Jumping into the air and twisting into a tornado, Kiba managed to clip Naruto on his right side. Naruto skid to a stop, his black and orange jacket torn where Kiba had managed to graze him. "These clothes are too expensive to keep replacing," groaned Naruto as he removed his jacket and pulled his shirt off as well. Nobody was surprised to see the 13-year-old genin was in pretty good shape, lean and firm. What did surprise them was the litter of scars and burns that covered his torso. The jonin were more surprised than anyone. They knew what he held and what it did for his healing factor. To be scarred like this, he would need to have been hurt over and over burned over and over to the point that they stuck on a body that was always healing. Naruto's chakra flared, and suddenly Kakashi lifted his handband to reveal his Sharingan. Kurenai looked at him and asked, "What are you doing?" "Making sure that I remember this forever," said Kakashi. "You know, I wanted to take this easy, but you forced my hand," said Naruto as he disappeared in a yellow blur before Kiba was suddenly unconscious and the clone Kiba poofed back in his dog form. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Neji versus Hinata. Neji and Hinata may have used a technique called the gentle fist, but Neji showed that it was deadly when he tore Hinata apart with his attacks, leaving her on the floor, barely alive. Gaara versus Dosu. Dosu tried to use his sound attacks. Gaara tried to use his sand attacks. The sound attacks failed to do anything to Gaara. Gaara's sand attacks crushed Dosu into a red puddle. Rock Lee versus Choji. Choji learned that turning into a ball was a serious mistake against a man who was clearly faster and stronger. Rock Lee kicked Choji around for a bit before the match was called. The next round of the Chunin exams were selected. 1. Naruto versus Rock Lee. 2. Gaara versus Neji. 3. Temari versus Shino. 4. Sasuke versus Kankuro. 5. Shikamaru versus Sakura, with the winner of this match skipping straight to round 3, the semi-finals. The large snake hissed at Naruto before it launched itself at the blonde shinobi, forcing him to leap from one tree branch to another. He could hear the sounds of fighting coming from his left, where Sasuke and Sakura were. Flashing through hand signs, Naruto's chakra flared and his eyes turned a forest green color. Drifting backwards, Naruto morphed with the tree and used this ability to escape the snake and travel towards his teammates. Popping out of the tree close to Sakura, Naruto was greeted to the sight of a slightly beat-up panting Sakura who was preparing some kind of kunai trap. When he looked up and further, he could see Sasuke attempting to fight some really pale person with long black hair. "You finish up what you're working on here. I'm going to help Sasuke out," said Naruto before he jumped up and raced toward the fighting. Stopping just short of them, Naruto formed the ram sign and unleashed his chakra. Not some of it, not half of it, not most of it, all of it. The trees around him seemed to perk up. The leaves that were damaged or destroyed during the fight were reborn in a perfect green. Naruto's eyes didn't just flare forest green, they became forest green. Whoever Sasuke was fighting didn't seem all that fazed. They seemed excited and pleased more than anything. "Ah, the little experiment that could. I was wondering where you were at," said the person in definitely male voice, but it was almost hiss-like. That was the last thing he said before he attacked Naruto. Naruto woke up, gasping for air, his heart racing. That damn nightmare again, thought Naruto as he climbed out of his bed. They had passed through the forest of death in 3 days. But even during the 2 days of rest that they were granted before the round ended, the nightmares had come. Orochimaru. They had fought him, or at least they had tried to. He had destroyed them, toyed with them. He allowed them to launch their best attacks, only to brush them aside to show them how useless their efforts had been. And that mark that he had left on Sasuke, it seemed to limit his use of chakra or taint any that he used. Shaking his head, Naruto checked the clock and saw that it was 2:13 a.m., the perfect time to go training if you're Naruto, Rock Lee, or Guy. So, Naruto didn't bother changing out of his sleepwear. He slept in old training clothes. He slipped on a pair of shinobi combat sandals before he quietly slipped out of his apartment in his apartment building before making his way to Training Ground 7. Upon arriving, he started stretching before beginning his run, never noticing that a pair of eyes were following him around Training Ground. With Hiruzen, if you were the most famous shinobi alive at the moment, you could still get nervous. Hiruzen was nervous. He had not seen his female student in almost 15 years, not since that tragic day on the battlefield. Hiruzen had been quite close to not only his students, but their loved ones as well. So when he learned that Tsunade's brother Nawaki had fallen in battle, he damn near ended the war himself in his rage. He had not been around when Dan had fallen, or he might have helped Minato finish the war in a single day. There was a knock on his office door, and he responded with "Come in" as he rose from his seat and turned to overlook the village. He didn't want to give away his excitement at seeing his students after so long. Jiraiya stopped by every now and then, paying for any and all damages Naruto caused in his pranking day. And when Naruto joined the academy, he paid for everything that the blonde had needed. Turning around as the seal on the doorframe alerted him to the 3 humans and 1 pig entering. Hiruzen smiled brightly. "Tsunade, you haven't aged a single day. And look at little Shizen, all grown up. Jiraiya, you're looking a little thicker in the stomach area than normal," greeted Hiruzen. Tsunade didn't smile. She didn't seem happy in the least to be standing where she was. In fact, she looked downright miserable to be in his office, but her eyes softened slightly upon seeing him. "Sensei, you've aged," said Tsunade as she gave him the once-over. "You old fool. How did they trick you into picking up that hat again?" was her rhetorical question as she stepped closer and pulled aged man into a tight hug. "One day, you'll understand why," whispered Hiruzen before the hug ended, and Tsunade put on a serious face. "So this Naruto kid, is he really the son of Minato and Kushina?" asked the blonde Sannin. Hiruzen nodded. Tsunade rubbed her hands together and then asked, "How the hell does this kid have Senju DNA to that level in him?" "The kid is basically a full Senju. The Uzumaki were basically a branch family of the Senju who grew tired of fighting the Uchiha back in the old days. While nobody knows of Minato's parents, I do know that Kushina's mom was half Senju and her father was a full Senju," lied Hiruzen. Tsunade tried to rack her brain on who she knew Kushina's parents to be, but she had never asked the girl. They had only met after the destruction of a land of whirlpools. It would have been extremely insensitive to ask such a question. "Okay, so the kid is one of my kin. I can deal with this. Let's get his discharge papers ready," said Tsunade. Jiraiya snorted and said, "That kid couldn't leave this village if wanted to. You haven't met him, but he's basically driven with the goal to become Hokage. And the council would never allow a Senju male who just so happens to be the holder of the Kyuubi to leave this village." Tsunade glared at her white-haired ex-teammate before saying, "Like I give shit what some old farts have to say. I would love to see them try and stop me." Hiruzen sighed. "I will not be forcing Naruto to do anything that he doesn't want to do." Shizen spoke up for the first time and asked, "Well, why don't we ask him? I mean, it is probably too late right now, and he is most likely sleeping, but later after sunrise, we should ask him." With Naruto, who was in the middle of a workout and most definitely not sleeping. He was covered in sweat, the running followed by the push-ups, sit-ups, the punches, the kicks. All of that on a body that was already lacking sleep. But he was still up, still pushing himself. "Naruto, run!" screamed Ryo as he stood in front of the blonde-haired Genin and the rest of his squad. He would never allow anyone to stand in front of him and die. He had been so weak then, but he was stronger now. Naruto squeezed his fist in and didn't notice the chakra that leaked out body in anger. His blue eyes flashed green as the trees around the training ground shook as furiously as his anger. "You can come out. I felt you lean against the tree almost an hour ago," called out Naruto, aware of the foreign shinobi who had been watching the beginning of the training. A female came out of hiding, the sand shinobi, Temari. "If you knew that I was there, why did you not do anything about it?" she asked. "At first, I wasn't sure of why you were here. But then as you just stood there, I realized that it didn't matter. This is just physical condition training. I'm sure that you do the same thing," replied our blonde leaf ninja before he dropped to the ground sitting on his butt. Temari hesitated for a moment, but she decided that there was no harm or foul in sitting down before plopping down on the ground herself. "Why are you out here so late?" asked the sand female, her hair moving slightly with the cool summer night breeze. "I have issues sleeping," replied Naruto. Temari nodded. "I know what that's like. My younger brother Gaara has the same issue." Naruto nodded and asked her the same question. "I'm feeling a little homesick. Being in this village is so different from being home. We've already been here for about 10 days, and I already feel the need to feel sand under my feet and smell the desert lilies that would be blooming at this time of the year, she replied honestly. Naruto tried to rack his brain for anything that he knew about the desert lily. His hands formed a ram sign, and he poured chakra into the ground in front of Temari, and she watched in awe as a single pale, six-petaled flower bloomed right before her eyes. The foreign flower grew until it was eye level with her before Naruto came over and broke it at the base and offered it to her. It probably isn't of the same quality as it would be if it grew back in Suna, but I haven't been there in almost 3 years, said Naruto, as Temari took the flower out of his hand. Thank you. No problem, replied Naruto before he yawned and said, I'm going back to bed. Got a team meeting at 7 a.m. Temari watched the blonde walk away and her sensei appear next to her. Baki took a look at the flower and asked her, Do you think it will be a problem? Temari looked down at the flower and said, You didn't feel what we felt in the forest of death. He's already a problem. A problem that not even Gaara wanted to deal with in there. Baki growled and said, Then when the time comes, we'll just have to make sure that this problem isn't going to get into the way. 7:32 a.m. Training Grounds Number 7. Naruto walked in to see Sasuke looking at Sakura, who was trying and healing to cover her hand in some kind of chakra. Sasuke was trying to give her pointers using his Sharingan to point out when she was spiking and when she was dipping. Kakashi was nowhere in sight, but then again, he was usually about 40 minutes to 1 hour late to anything that wasn't a mission or critical training. Right as Naruto got close to his teammates, there was a burst of smoke, and Team 7 was greeted to the sight of a group of 5 individuals. The first was their sensei, Kakashi, someone they were used to seeing. Standing behind their sensei was a taller man with white hair that flowed down his back in a ponytail. He wore a red vest over a green robe. There was a beautiful blonde woman who wore a green sweater over her gray blouse that was held closed by a navy blue sash. She also a blue pair of pants and black high heels. There was a black-haired, pale-skinned woman who wore a full-body black robe and was holding the last being of the group, a pig that wore a vest and pearls. Sorry that I'm late. I was going to make something up when I ran into some people that I knew and lost track of time, said Kakashi as he rubbed the back of his head. Huh, I didn't think that you had any friends, Kakashi, stated Naruto as he eyed the people behind his silver-haired instructor. Ouch, right in the kidney, Naruto. No, these are some of the people that I have known the longest. This is Lord Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. He was the one who taught my sensei. This is his teammate, Lady Tsunade, the legendary medic. She's as good a drinking partner as you can get. This is Shizune, her student who is basically second to none other than Lady Tsunade in terms of medical ability. And the pig is Taunton. She is the pet of Lady Tsunade and Shizune. Kakashi replied, introducing his team to several of the most legendary shinobi to ever grace the Hidden Leaf Village. Sakura gasped and asked, You know 2 of the legendary Sannin, well enough to call them your friends? To which Kakashi nodded. Then that means that we have met all of them then, stated Sasuke, causing Tsunade to look at Jiraiya, who already had known these, and just shrugged. Well, then congratulations. But I'm here for the blonde run over there, said the blonde medic. Naruto looked around before Tsunade grew impatient and grabbed him by the front of his shirt and began to drag him away. Jiraiya laughed and followed after the pair of yellowed-haired people. Kakashi sighed, and Shizune simply ignored the actions by her master. She was used to it after all these years. The black-haired medic put down Taunton and looked at Sakura and asked, Were you just trying to make a chakra scalpel? Because I can help you with that better than the scroll could. With Naruto and the 2 Sannin. Listen here, lady. Put me down, or so help me. Hawk, started Naruto before Tsunade used her otherworldly strength to toss the blonde genin ahead. Jiraiya snickered, but said nothing as he let the 2 family members get introduced to each other. Watch who you threaten, brat, because I can rip your legs off and use them to beat you, spat Tsunade. Look, I don't know what I did to you, but you probably deserve the prank, stated Naruto from the ground. Prank? What? No. I'm not here because of a prank, said a slightly confused Tsunade. Oh, okay then. You have my full, undivided attention, then, said Naruto as he rolled into a sitting position on the ground. As you know, my name is Tsunade Senju. I was given a report about someone with DNA similar to my own, so my student Shizen tested both of us, and it would see that one Naruto Uzumaki has a DNA match percentage close enough for us to basically be brother and sister, said Tsunade. Naruto made a face of disbelief. If you were my sister, I think I would have known that. I mean, come on. I would not have been treated the way that I have been if I was related in any way, shape, or form to one of the greatest shinobi to ever come from our village, stated Naruto. You got that right. You most certainly wouldn't have been treated any kind of way by this village, because you wouldn't have lived here. Speaking of which, I have some paperwork for you to sign, so that we can leave this place, casually said Tsunade. Yeah, I don't care how much of a legend you are. Hell, I don't even care if you really are related to me. I am not going anywhere. You can't become Hokage if you don't live in the village, replied Naruto, crossing his arms over his chest. You really want to take up that title? I thought they were joking, because only a fool would want to be Hokage. Listen, kid, Grandpa and my granduncle were both Hokage. They both died in battle. The fourth Hokage wasn't even 30 before he bit the dust. Honestly, Hiruzen-sensei doesn't have that much longer either. He will either croak from old age, fall in battle, or from chakra poisoning, snarled Tsunade, causing Jiraiya to frown. Then I guess I will have to change that then. We learn history so that we do not have to repeat it. Well, then I will be better than all of those who came before me. I will be Hokage, I swear it. And I never go back on my work. It is my Nindo, claimed Naruto. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Naruto, and neither of them saw the blonde genin before them. Tsunade saw her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan, while Jiraiya saw a younger Minato and a red-haired Nagato looking back at him. Tsunade turned around to keep Naruto from seeing the tears well up in her eyes before she said, "If I can't convince you, then I guess I will have to stick around so that when you realize it for yourself, I can be there to catch you when you do." Naruto sighed before looking at the white-haired sage and asked, "Am I really related to her?" "Her grandmother was your great-grand-aunt as far as our records show, so I guess that makes her your cousin," replied the Toad Hermit before he cleared his throat and said, "Enough about that, though. We have something more serious to take about. You are in the Chunin exams finals in 29 days. Kakashi is training Sasuke on how to use the Sharingan and move at a higher speed. Sakura is learning medical ninjutsu for her own reasons and the combat ability to tear people's muscles apart. That just leaves you. And while I am sure that Tenzo has done a great job getting you used to that new ability of yours, I am sure that someone like myself would be best to push you further," said Jiraiya. Naruto looked at the master spy before shrugging and saying, "Your job is to know everything going in the village. You're the lone seal master that we have left, so I image you would be keeping close tabs on me for shinobi reasons. I guess I can train with you for the month, but as long as you take it as seriously as I do. I mean, this is a great opportunity for you. How many people can say that they trained 2 Hokages, right?" Jiraiya let out a bellowing laugh before he ruffled Naruto's hair and said, "Kid, you have a long way to go before you can even hold the jockstrap of a 13-year-old Kakashi, let alone a Hokage-level Minato Namikaze." Naruto's face twisted into a pout before he nodded in understanding. Jiraiya then pulled a large scroll of his back and asked the blonde genin, "What do you know about summons?" Naruto was fidgeting with the bandages wrapped around his right arm. It was slightly tighter than he would have liked. His arm was slightly more damaged than he would have liked. Jiraiya had warned him against last-minute training, which he had ignored. So, when the Toad Hermit had come to check on him this morning, Naruto was surprised and the jutsu blew up in his face, or rather his arm. Naruto glanced down at his arm that was slowly and steady healing, but ever since that day when he lost his team, he wasn't healing at the same rate. It was like unlocking his would release slowed down his healing. Looking around, Naruto ignored Sakura because he wasn't all that interested in her complaining that Sasuke didn't accept the date from her yet. She had come far in the time that Naruto knew her, but she was still annoying. Rock Lee was basically vibrating in place with excitement. Sasuke was brooding off to the side slightly. There was a red mark on his face from when Sakura took offense at him leaving the village for an entire month without saying anything. Gaara was chilling, like really just there. Temari was standing with her arms crossed over her chest as she looked up the Kage box, where Naruto could see both the Hokage and the Kazekage sitting. Shino was being Shino, which meant that he was like Gaara in that he was just standing there, waiting for the matches to begin. Kankuro looked slightly nervous, probably because he knew that he couldn't beat Sasuke. Shikamaru looked like he didn't want to be here. The proctor looked at the group of genin and smirked. "That is right, kids. Those stands are packed full of people who came to see you." With Tsunade, did she have bad luck? Yes, she did. Did she know that she had terrible luck when it came to gambling? Yes, she did. Was it going to stop her from placing a bet? Absolutely not. "I want to put down 50,000 Rio on the blonde boy down there," Naruto said Tsunade as she talked to the tournament bookie. "Ma'am, that kid has 8-to-1 odds to win. Your money would be safer placed on Sasuke Uchiha, as he is the overall favorite to win the tournament. Following him is Neji Hyuga, Gaara of the Sand, Rock Lee, and Temari of the Sand. The only people with worse odds than Naruto are Sakura Haruno and Shikamaru Nara," tried to explain the bookie. "Listen, I didn't come here for you to tell me what is going on with the odds. I came here to place a bet. If you wouldn't take my money, I will simply have to go elsewhere and take it with me," spat Tsunade. "Wait, Lady Tsunade. We will place 50,000 on Naruto Uzumaki for you. This is your ticket," said the man who was deeply confused. Back in the arena. "All right, the first match between Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee. Begin," said the proctor before jumping back. Rock Lee raced forward at the sound of begin and threw a punch right at Naruto's face. Naruto didn't blink at the speed and simply caught the punch. Mike Guy in the stands was absolutely shocked at the sight of Lee's punch being so casually caught. What type of monster is that down there? He didn't even use chakra to enhance his body before catching that punch. That was all natural, commented Guy. He's a special case, Guy, replied Kakashi with a shrug. Using his grip on Lee, Naruto pulled Lee forward and slammed his other hand into his stomach. Lee groaned at the force of the blow, but used the closeness to twist and launch a kick at Naruto. Now upside down, Lee used one hand to launch kick after kick at Naruto. Naruto pushed Lee away and flashed through hand signs. Water style, water bullet jutsu. Naruto's stomach expanded, and when he opened his mouth, he shoot out bullets of water. They rocketed toward Lee, who zipped between the bullets as he moved toward Naruto again. Running up the wall, Naruto pulled out a kunai and threw it at Lee, who simply jumped to the side to avoid it. He didn't realize that there was a flash bang tag attached to it until it exploded in a blinding white light. Upon his vision clearing up, Lee was greeted by the bottom of Naruto's sandal. Lee rocketed into the ground and created a small crater to the surprise of the shinobi in the crowd. Naruto hit hard, very hard apparently. Flashing towards Lee, Naruto was cut off by 2 sets of weights being thrown at him. Lee followed them up with a kick to the chest when Naruto dodged the training equipment. Naruto crashed into the arena wall and smirked before poofing into smoke. A clone, but when thought Rock Lee as he looked around for Naruto. Unfortunately for Lee, Naruto wasn't above ground and Lee was standing still. Naruto grabbed Lee by the ankles and pulled him down into the ground with only his head above ground. Lee gasped as he saw Naruto rise from the ground in front of him and glared at the blonde genin. Naruto just stared at the green, wearing opponent. Lee closed his eyes and Naruto was reminded that Lee's sensei was Guy. He could probably open a gate or two, something Naruto wasn't that interested in facing in the first round. Reaching into his back pouch, Naruto pulled out 2 explosive tags and slapped them on both of Rock Lee's ears. "You either surrender or your head pops like a balloon," said Naruto as he made a hand sign, and Lee felt the chakra waiting to be triggered in the tags. "I surrender," said Lee sadly. With the Kages. "You have quite the impressive group of genin," commented the Kazekage. "The future is bright here in Konoha," That much is certain, replied Hiruzen. With Tsunade, she had money signs in her eyes. Naruto had just knocked the person with the 5 best odds to win it all. It all made sense. She just had a bet on family, and the bad luck from both of them would cancel each other out. Back in the arena, the second fight between Neji, Hyuga, and Gaara of the Sand. Begin, said the proctor before jumped back. Neji activated his Byakugan and saw the chakra flowing through Gaara. It looked toxic. The flow was irregular and with random bursts coming from his stomach area that was clearly messing with the flow and control of his chakra. Gaara didn't move, but his chakra did. It flowed into the massive gourd on his back, and suddenly sand exploded out of it and rushed at Neji. Neji spun around the lashing out sand and tapped it with his gentle fist. The sand fell apart, and Neji couldn't hear what Gaara muttered, but didn't sound good. Killing intent started coming out of Gaara in waves, and Neji gulped as the bursts of chakra in Gaara's body became more and more frequent. You took mother away from me, snarled Gaara as his chakra output levels climbed higher and higher. All around Neji, he could see the sandy ground reacting to the chakra of Gaara. He wasn't just controlling the sand as gourd now. He was controlling all of the sand in the arena. The sand circled him, tightening with every rotation around him. Thinking quickly, Neji started spinning, used his rotation jutsu to blow away the sand. Using the spin, Neji jumped onto the wall of the arena and looked down at Gaara. Gaara raised his hand, the sand branched off into and attacked him from different angles. Using a kunai, Neji sliced his way through the sand before jumping onto another limb of sand and using it to jump at Gaara. Hoping to one-shot the sand genin, Neji tried to slam a gentle fist-powered palm into the chest of Gaara. His hopes were dashed as the gourd on Gaara's back dissolved into sand and formed a small shield in front of his chest. Neji struck the sand shield, and the middle was blown away. The rest of the sand shield, however, was still intact, and Gaara used it to wrap around Neji's right arm that had been extended. Sand coffin. Gaara barely had to whisper the words before Neji felt the sand tighten slightly before it suddenly crushed his arm like a person would a soft drink can. Neji screamed as he felt the bones in his right arm break in pieces. With the last bit of his strength, he spun to use rotation once more and blasted all of the sand and Gaara away from him. Panting, Neji looked down at his right arm that was completely useless from the elbow down. The pain was so great that he couldn't keep his Byakugan activated. Without his all-seeing eyes, his vision was swimming from the situation that he found himself in. Remember, Neji, we all have a role to play in life. We go as far as the universe allows us to go, came the words of his father in his mind as he struggled to remain standing. This fight was basically over, and Neji knew it. He was barely standing with one arm, not exactly the peak Hyuga conditions. What's the issue? Have you given up already? I've already offered your blood to Mother, and she did not find it pleasing, said Gaara in a monotone voice despite the look of pure insanity on his face. Neji took a deep breath and pulled out a roll of bandages. He wrapped his right arm to his body and slid into a stance. Blinking, his Byakugan was activated again, and Gaara chuckled lightly before the sand rose to his bidding again. Neji slashed his left hand out, and his gentle fist tore the sand apart before he spun and used rotation to blow the rest away. That is what we are taught to believe, Neji, but that is not what I believe. A tiny 5-year-old Neji had a look of shock on his face. His forehead wrapped in bandages as the curse mark of the Hyuga clan had recently been placed on him. Really? Then what do you believe, father? Asked Neji timidly, unsure of what his father would say, unsure of what to believe in. His father smiled brightly and said, the Hyuga clan is set in their ways, but I believe that despite everything they would have you believe, we set our own paths into the world. You create your own future based on what you decide. Well, father, let's put that theory to the test today, thought Neji as he continued to dance around the endless waves of sand. His only having one working arm was slowly turning against his favor, the sand slowly gaining an edge with every renewed attack. Finally, the sand caught his ankle and pulled him off his feet and into the air before slamming him into the ground. I guess there's no fighting fate, father. At least I will see you soon, thought Niji as a massive wave of sand was set to come crashing down on him. And with that, Niji closed his eyes. Boom! Much to his surprise, Niji was not in the afterworld. He was still among the living. Standing above him was Naruto, his right hand unwrapped from the bandages that had been covering it. Connected to his hand was an earth wall that had stopped the sand from killing him. Glancing back at Niji, Naruto's suddenly green eyes were seeming piercing Niji's soul. If you could stand up now and go get that arm checked it out. You are disqualified because I saved you. The match is over. A medic ninja appeared next to Niji, and suddenly they were both gone. Naruto let the wall drop and found that the sand was no longer there. Gaara stood, looking like he had before the match. Not a single hair out of place. You stopped Mother from getting what she demanded, his blood. But now, she isn't crying for his blood. She is craving yours, said Gaara. Naruto smirked and said, I guess you could try to get it for her in our match then. With Tsunade. Tsunade was equally happy and angry. Naruto was clearly the strongest genin on the floor down there. He stopped that wave of sand without issue. He was also fast enough to get there. So far, Naruto had shown the same earth and water natures that the Senju were famous for. She was angry because these quote-unquote medics weren't allowing her to simply fix Niji's arm. She was here, she was willing to fix it. Why couldn't these people pull their heads out of their asses and let her do what she was famous for? Temari vs. Shino match is beginning in 30 seconds, came the announcement over the PA system, causing Tsunade to fume. Listen, you let me heal that kid, or I will break your arm and let you heal it yourself, snarled Tsunade. Back on the arena floor, Shino and Temari simply stared at each other, the match having started seconds ago. Shino felt his glasses fall forward slightly with the breeze that passed by, and that was the sign that he was waiting for. Unleashing a swarm of his bugs, he substituted himself into the trees off to the side. Temari swung her fan off her back and completely opened in one motion before unleashing her wind jutsu that tore right through Shino's bugs. Shino growled at the loss of those in his colony before he sent some to burrow underground. Sending more bugs to back up those that were just shredded, Shino launched kunai at Temari before racing to flank her. Temari heard the kunai, splitting the air, and blocked them with the metal frame of her fan before launching another wind blast at the approaching bugs. She ducked under a swipe by Shino and tried to backpedal as he attacked her from behind. Shino continued to press his attack, not allowing Temari, who seemed more comfortable with a long-distance fight, to set her feet. Finally, Temari jumped onto the arena wall and started spinning. Shino could only watch in horror as a tornado was generated before his very eyes. Raising his hand, Shino turned to the proctor and said, I give up. It makes little sense to risk more of my colony against someone who has a clear advantage against my style of attack. The proctor nodded and said, Winner, Temari. Temari let out a sigh and allowed her chakra to end the tornado that she had made. Looking up at the crowd, the proctor said, the next match will be Kankuro versus Sasuke Uchiha. Proctor, I quit, said Kankuro, immediately causing the crowd to boo him. Fine, Sakura Hano versus Shikamaru Nara, announced the proctor. Sakura jumped down, and after getting a helping hand for Naruto, Shikamaru made his way via air travel to the arena as well. Begin. Sakura rushed Shikamaru, who waited until the last second to dodge and was immediately not happy with that outcome. Sakura's fist hit the ground and left a sizable crater. Geez, what do they feed the people on your team? Complained Shikamaru as he continued to dodge Sakura, who was trying to one-shot him. Shikamaru ducked under a kunai, only to have to dodge another and another. Gritting his teeth, the Nara air slowly started to make his chest moves. He slowly pushed Sakura back into the left side of the arena, the side that was covered in shade by the sun. His shadow caught Sakura as soon as she reached behind her back. Forcing her to drop whatever she was holding, Shikamaru wasn't caught off surprise when there was several explosions all around the arena, all of them around him, but none close enough to cause him any damage. I noticed what you were doing with the kunai. You set up several locations that were just riddled with explosive tags, but I saw it. Now surrender, said Shikamaru as he had switched his shuriken pouch to his left thigh for these exams and pulled out his deadly metal stars, while Sakura only simulated pulling something out. I give, said Sakura. Winner Shikamaru Nara, announced the proctor before in a wave of sand. Gaara was on the arena floor looking up at the contestant box. I guess the match is going to start immediately, said the proctor when he turned to tell Gaara that there was supposed to be a break between rounds. But Gaara Glare had him gesturing for Naruto to come down for his match against Gaara. Shikamaru and Sakura was ushered off the field as the earth rose up and created a doorway, and out walked Naruto, looking as confident as everyone had ever seen him. Naruto versus Gaara, begin. Sand exploded out of the gourd on Gaara's back and launched itself at Naruto. Naruto didn't move and let the sand surround him. The sand wrapped around him, and all of a sudden, the Naruto bulged slightly before exploding. You cannot defeat me with such cheap tricks, Uzumaki, said Gaara with a haughty tone as he looked up at the arena wall where Naruto stood with his arms crossed. Cheap tricks? Big talk from a guy who lets his mother do all the fighting for him, spat Naruto as he slowly walked down the wall, his chakra output rising with each step. Naruto raced forward and a wall of sand rose to meet him. Only it failed to meet him as he blurred from view and appeared behind Gaara. Throwing a kick at Gaara, Naruto was not surprised to see sand pop up to block the kick. Spinning with the kick, Naruto launched a punch at Gaara's midsection. The sand wasn't able to stop him in time, and he skimmed the clothing of Gaara before jumping back to prevent his arm getting trapped. That sand of yours is pretty fast. I can see that you do have complete control over it. It responds instantly. I wonder if you have the same level of control over mud, said Naruto as he flashed through hand signs. Water style, large wave jutsu. Naruto managed to pull enough moisture out of the air for a massive wave of water to be sent at Gaara, whose sand immediately jumped to his defense and absorbed all of the water. Naruto smirked as he watched the sand darken with the weight of his water jutsu in it. Pulling out two kunai, Naruto threw them at Gaara and watched the sand rose to stop them at a much slower rate. Before it was instantly, but now it was clearly a concerned effort on the part of Gaara with the way his face was twisted into a focused look. Naruto jumped into the air and blurred away, spinning through the sand's attempt to grab him. Naruto sped his way around the attacking sand and right at Gaara. Gaara gasped as Naruto was upon him, and he soon hissed in pain when Naruto's fist made its introduction with his face. Skidding backwards, Gaara was stopped by his sand, but Naruto was already in the next part of his assault. Gaara felt the kick to the stop and then the punch to the face before he was grabbed and thrown into the air. While airborne, Gaara was met by two Naruto clones that slammed twin hammer kicks into his stomach, sending him down towards the real Naruto. That Naruto slammed his hand into Gaara's back and watched with no surprise when Gaara collapsed into a shell of sand. You switched out when they kicked you, said Naruto as he looked at Gaara, who rose from the sand across for Naruto. You annoy me, Uzumaki, stated Gaara, before his chakra output rose, and suddenly his sand was back to normal. Naruto glanced around before jumping onto the arena wall, looking as the sand and the ground impacted to create more sand for Gaara to use. The rising waves of chakra weren't the concern for Naruto. They were still so far beneath his own that he could match anything Gaara threw at him. No, it was the pulsing toxic chakra that was slowly leaking out with Gaara's own chakra. Naruto narrowed his eyes and knew that this must be the chakra of the one-tailed beast that was sealed inside of Gaara. Gaara started muttering things under his breath, and Naruto strained to listen to what he was saying. No, please, mother. I'm sorry, his blood? Yes, I can give you his blood. Nobody can stop us, mother, said Gaara like the insane person that he was. The sand began to act erratic as it spiked randomly as the toxic Bijou chakra started to spread through Gaara. The sand rolled back toward Gaara, and Naruto watched as the sand covered him head to ankle as he became a smaller version of the Bijou that he held. Gritting his teeth, Naruto was mentally slapping himself for allowing Gaara to simply transfer. It went against common sense to stand there and do nothing. Well, there was nothing that he could now but put down the beast that he let awake. Uzumaki, mother has demanded your blood. It cries out to her, she needs it, and what mother wants, mother gets. Snarled Gaara before multiple mouths opened on his sand-covered body, and Naruto was forced to avoid some kind of winjutsu. God damn it. Next time I have to face an insane person, it wouldn't be the biggest mommy's boy in the world, said Naruto as he ran along the arena wall, avoiding the wind that was slicing through the stone wall. As the jutsu ended, Naruto made a beeline straight for Gaara and went through hand signs along the way. Earth style, Hand of Terra. Naruto made one extra hard step, and the crowd watched as the ground wrapped itself around his right left and moved up his body to his right forearm. Naruto's right arm was covered with stone from the elbow down. As fast as he could, Naruto slammed that stone-covered fist into Gaara's form. Gaara didn't even move, the blow clearly doing little to no damage. In the stands, Kakashi had his headband pulled up as he watched this match. Sensing and seeing the large amount of Bijou chakra flowing through Gaara growing even larger, Kakashi had to warn Naruto. Naruto, watch out. Your attack didn't do anything other than make him stronger, said Team 7 Sensei. Naruto made a face and turned back to look at the stands, as if to say, are you kidding me? This was something Gaara took advantage of as he slapped Naruto away and into the arena wall. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt Gaara pull on even more of his Bijou chakra. Gaara snarled as more sand erupted from the ground and covered him. Naruto was left brain dead as he looked up as Gaara as he took the form of the Shikaku. With the Kage, Hiruzen looked at the massive form of the Bijou in the arena and then at the Kazekage, who looked shocked from the tiny line where you could see his eyes. Hokage Dano, I did not know that Gaara would do this. Yes, he has his moments, but generally he is in control. It has been forever since he is fully transformed, said the leader of the hidden sand village. While this is a concern, Gaara has merely transformed into the Shikaku. He has not released it. As long as he remains in control, we shouldn't have any issues, replied Hiruzen. Of course, but if there is any issue with his control, I will have my people ready to contain him, said the Kazekage before he gestured to his bodyguard to come forward and whispered something in his ear. I don't believe this shall be needed. I'm sure that Gaara has complete control of the situation, replied Hiruzen with a smile. However, at that moment, Gaara chose to prove that Hiruzen was liar by giving up control of the large sand body that he created to the Bijou that it was modeled after. You lose, Uzumaki, feigning sleep jutsu, called out Gaara before he slumped over and slid into the sand figure's forehead for protection and prevention of being woken up. Oh yeah, I'm sang the Shikaku. Son of a bitch, said the Kazekage from his seat. With Tsunade before the transformation. Seeing Naruto go toe-to-toe with Gaara, who had never been touched before, was making her see dollar signs in her eyes. This Naruto kid wasn't a brat. He wasn't a problem. No, this blonde-haired relative of hers was the motherfucking solution. She was already counting all the money that she was going to make off this one bet alone. She could already see a future where she would just bet on Naruto and know that he would win. It doesn't get any better than this. Lady Tsunade, should we be worried about your cousin? That Gaara kid just transformed into a large version of his Bijou, said Shizun. That pulled Tsunade out of her daydream about being able to buy her own currency with Naruto's success. Tsunade looked back at the match below her, and it was her worst nightmare. Someone that she knew and slightly cared about was about to be murdered right in front of her. Lady Tsunade, this isn't that bad. Gaara seems to still be in the control of his Bijou, said Shizun as she noticed that Tsunade was getting ready to leave her seat. You lose, Uzumaki, feigning sleep jutsu, called out Gaara before he slumped over and slid into the sand figure's forehead for protection and prevention of being woken up. "Oh yeah, I'm saying the Shikaku. You were saying Shizun spat Tsunade with the Jonin. So, are we really about to let this Gaara kid murder Naruto?" asked Asoma. Kakashi glared at the son of the third Hokage. Kurenai slapped him on the back of the head and looked at Kakashi. "Gaara seems to still be in control. This might just be his finishing move," said Kurenai, trying to inject some hopefulness into the situation. Kakashi looked at Gaara with his Sharingan and grit his teeth as he watched the chakra build up in Gaara. "You lose, Uzumaki," feigning sleep jutsu, called out Gaara before he slumped over and slid into the sand figure's forehead for protection and prevention of being woken up. "Oh yeah, I'm saying the Shikaku." Kakashi turned and glared at Kurenai. "Maybe this is his finishing move, you say?" Back with Naruto. Naruto looked at the Bijou who was just unleashed on him. This was the Chunin exams? Regular-ass Naruto versus a fucking Bijou? But despite all of this, the human versus a force of nature situation, Naruto was not nervous. He was determined to finish this match. "Looky here. I asked that Kurama. I sense in there," asked Shikaku. Naruto shrugged and immediately was forced to dodge a massive sandy foot that threatened to crush him. Rushing up the arena wall, Naruto zigzagged the attacks of sand sent at him by the Bijou. Getting to the top of the wall, Naruto jumped into the air and went through hand signs. Wind style, human cyclone jutsu. Naruto spun and a mini tornado formed around him as he went crashing through the middle of Shikaku. He tore through the sand demon and landed on the opposing arena wall. Shikaku laughed as he took no damage and the sandy ground rose to fill in the hole left by Naruto. "You brat. I will show you," spat Shikaku as he sent a massive wave of sand at Naruto from all directions. Naruto made a single ram sign, and his chakra exploded outwards, pushing the sand back for a moment, one that Naruto used to his advantage. Wood style, wood restraint jutsu. Naruto pushed forward his left hand with his right hand gripping his wrist. Strips of wood exploded from his hand and wrapped around the Bijou. Naruto's eyes glowed a strong forest green as he made eye contact with Shikaku. "You were saying," said Naruto, as he slowly closed his left hand as he suppressed the Bijou. Shikaku tried to fight against the wood as it continued to trap him. He looked at Naruto, and he saw a shadow of a dark-skinned man in red armor. Naruto slammed his fist closed, and suddenly the sand figure of Shikaku crumbled, and the wood was left with a grip on Gaara. Mother is gone. Can't hear her," panted Gaara before he collapsed to the hold of the wood, unconscious. "Winner Naruto, Uzumaki," said the proctor. Naruto looked down at Gaara and had the wood bring the knocked-out Genin to him. He grabbed him in his hands and carried him to the contestant box. He walked right up to Temari and wordlessly handed Gaara to his sister. And for the first time, Naruto noticed that Temari had the desert flower that it gave her tucked into one of the buns of her hair. Naruto turned his back and smiled to himself. The Kazekage sat beside the Hokage, his eyes wide with surprise. The blonde kid was still alive. He wasn't a stain on the sand floor. It is quite the different set of results than he was expecting. The expected result was the blonde brat being turned into paste and Orochimaru and him jumping the old Kage beside him when the old man became enraged. Instead, one of the best trump cards that the sand had was knocked out before the attack even started. "You seem shocked, Lord Kazekage," stated Hiruzen. "I was not prepared to see what I thought was a one-of-a-kind would release used so causally by a kid. You really do have a strong crop of Genin this time around, Lord Hokage," replied the Kazekage. "It is the way that the world works. The next generation is always destined to surpass the one that came before it. I am just glad that I've been around long enough to see it myself," commented Hiruzen, his eyes taking on a faraway look. With Kakashi and the other Jonin sensei. "What the hell do you feed your team, Kakashi?" asked Asuma. "You know this and that," answered Kakashi, his signature book nowhere to be found. I had heard that the legendary wood release was unbelievably powerful, but to end a fight against a Bijou with a single technique, it is unstated how powerful it really was, commented Kurenai. It just goes to show how and why the first Hokage was known as the god of the shinobi world. Young Naruto has not fully mastered the power yet, but when he does, we might be looking at another legend in the making, stated a serious guy. None of the other Jonin really could argue. Another coming of their legendary first Hokage? It was almost exactly what they needed to make sure that the Hidden Leaf Village stood on top of the shinobi world. With the Genin and Tsunade in the stands. Ino had wide eyes, Hinata's mouth was still slightly agape, Kiba was growling angrily. Tintin was looking on with narrowed eyes while Choji tried to make heads or tails of what just happened. Tsunade, who was looked on with a hint of pride on her face, so he decided to use it. Tintin looked at Tsunade and asked, "You knew that Naruto could do that, Lady Tsunade?" "I was aware that my brat of a cousin down there was capable of the wood release, but to think that he has come so far in the last couple of months with it. Grandfather was faster with it. He didn't need words or hand signs. It is still impressive that Naruto could do what he did," replied Tsunade, her face not giving away any emotion, even though her tone told you how pleased she was. Hinata looked like she was going to say something, but she shook as she let out a nasty wet cough that made Tsunade wince. Walking over to behind the young Hyuga girl, she flared her chakra as she placed it on the heiress' back, immediately healing the remaining damage left by from the fight with Niji. "That should take care of that," said Tsunade as she looked at the arena as Sasuke and Temari both arrived on the field. "Down on the field? I didn't think that you would even show up," taunted Temari. "Like I would ever give up when I've already made it far. Might as well as see how I stack up against my peers," spat Sasuke. The proctor simply nodded and said begin, before jumping away, leaving the two Chunin hopefuls to fight. Sasuke tried to race forward, hoping to end the fight as soon as it. Temari countered by flipping her fan open and blasting a tornado at Sasuke. Sasuke jumped up before forced to substitute with a leaf to avoid the follow-up kunia that were sent his way. Landing at the ground, Sasuke grit his teeth. She is extremely fast, pulling out her fan and attacking with it. Fire should be able to beat her little wind attacks, thought Sasuke as he started to flash through hand signs. Sasuke raced out from behind his tree hiding space and rushed at Temari again. She noticed and prepared to unleash another high-powered wind jutsu at him, only for him to smile. She realized that something was up when instead of Sasuke dodging, he took the attack head-on with a smirk. The hurricane's strength winds hit Sasuke, only for him to explode in a burst of flames. The flames raced back towards Temari, forcing her to open her fan up all the way before slamming it into the ground in front of her body and started channeling chakra into it, the 100% metal fan protecting her from most of the heat as the flames washed over her position. The crowd gasped at the thought of see the blonde-haired girl burnt to a crisp. Sasuke dropped from his spot hidden in the trees, huffing. "That better have worked. The fire clones take over half of my chakra per clone. I am closer to empty than halfway at this point," thought the raven-haired boy. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke became irritated. This dumb blonde bitch was still alive and well. The only thing different was that the flower in her hair was gone. "Your fan is completely made of metal," guessed Sasuke upon looking at the fan stuck in the ground. "Yup, paper would be worthless to a shinobi," answered Temari. Sasuke groaned and activated his Sharingan, which allowed him to see the build-up of the chakra in her mouth before he realized what was going on. The first wind bullet crashed into his stomach. The second cracked him in the shoulder, and the third slammed into his face. Stumbling backwards, Sasuke struggled to fight the days from the hammer like blows. Growling, he jumped backwards and up onto the stadium wall, already making new hand signs. Temari watched his hand start to glow bright red as if it was being heated up. Flames coated his hand, and Sasuke looked right at her, the red eyes of his clan spinning as he locked onto her. She sent 3 waves of wind blasts at him. Only to her horror, Sasuke slashed his flame-coated hand through the wind attack. "I give up," said Temari, as Sasuke got within 10 feet of her. Sasuke gasped as he struggled to stop, only for the vice-like grip of the proctor to stop him from running through the foreign blonde genin through, his wrist feeling like it would break any second from how tight the man's grip was. He released Sasuke and said, "Sasuke Uchiha wins. There will be a 15-minute break between this round and the finals. We have a 3-way match between Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Shikamaru Nara." Sasuke huffed as he walked away, making his way back to the contestants' booth. "That was quite the showing," Sasuke gushed Sakura. "HN. Thanks," said Sasuke. "Sasuke, you would have failed had you tried to hit her with that technique," the voice of his former teammate whispered in his ear. Sasuke ignored the voice of Kizo in the back of his mind. He had been trying to ignore it for months. Sometimes it was successful, and other times it was the source of his anger and bad mood. "That jutsu you used, Sasuke, it would have backfired on you. Your chakra was starting to unravel towards the end. You would have burned yourself if it had hit anything," stated Shino. "It is not quite complete yet," muttered Sasuke, annoyed that others seemed to realize that he didn't have control of the technique. "Complete or not, it seemed powerful," said Naruto, his arms crossed over his chest. "You've created your own original technique. Not many people can say that, let alone the Chunin tournament runner-up." "You seem so sure of yourself," Naruto countered Sasuke. "You and Shikamaru are good genin, but this is not a contest that I will be holding back in. Sasuke, I will come at you with the intent to put you down. If you feel like getting back up, I will simply put you back down, but harder," replied Naruto. "You may have gotten the better of me in our first spar and meeting Naruto, but I will show you the true might of the Uchiha clan," snarled Sasuke, his anger showing and his Sharingan spinning into existence. "You know, I could always win the fight, guys," added in Shikamaru. Naruto smiled, one that didn't reach his eyes. "I didn't know that Naras had a sense of humor." Naruto turned his back to the 2 other fighters, walking away as unconcerned as one could be. "He's different, much colder than he used to be," stated Shikamaru as they watched Naruto leave. "You know him?" asked Sakura. "He graduated several years before us." "Yeah, Naruto was in our class when we had Hogate's class. We were about 8 or 9 years old. One day, he just stopped coming to class. Turns out that he was pushed for an early graduation. I don't remember what exactly other than one day about 4 months ago. My dad came home and said Naruto was important to the village, and if I ever saw anyone giving him a hard time over anything to report it," explained Shikamaru. "My mom gave me a similar speech," added Sakura. "My father also provided the same advice. I would say, to get logically, it would be the legendary and fabled wood release that he possesses. That would make him related to the first Hokage in some way, a surviving Senju heir," said Shino. "Makes sense," nodded Sakura. "It's time," declared Sasuke before he jumped over the banister and plopped down on the ground as Naruto walked onto the arena field. Shikamaru, running downstairs as someone cough, Sakura cough, said that they would tell his mom if he quit. "All right, lads, this is it. To have made it this far, you're all Chunin level already. The promotion is not guaranteed, but you clearly have the skills already. Put on a good show, and the right people will make sure that you get their recommendation," said the proctor before he channeled chakra into his throat. "For the final round, we have Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki versus Shikamaru Nara. Begin." Sasuke looked at Naruto, expecting for him to be rushing him. Instead, Sasuke found him smirking at him, before gestured with his chin towards Shikamaru, who threw a kunai so poorly that it missed Sasuke by a wide margin. "You Naras are really that lazy that you can't even throw a simple kunai," mocked Sasuke before he felt his body stiffen, unable to move. "You Uchiha really were the most arrogant. You dismissed me before the fight even started, which means you missed me pumping my chakra into that kunai since we were upstairs. That terrible throw was never supposed to hit you. It just needed to be within 5 feet of your shadow, which it was, said Shikamaru. Sasuke grit his teeth, but before he could make his move, he was knocked unconscious. The same person who knocked him out caught him before he could hit the floor. Holding the last Uchiha in the village under his arm like a child would bawl, he smirked. Nars, you are of little concern to me. Leave before I make you a red stain on the wall. Shikamaru gulped as the man's presence was crushing. Turning to Naruto, the little experiment that could. I was expecting you to be here. Orochimaru, T.O. return here after being banished means that I sentence you to death, screamed Hiruzen from the balcony. Sensei, that is you. My Kami, you look terrible. You have not aged well at all, mocked Orochimaru. Kakashi appeared next to Naruto, his headband up, exposing his implanted Sharingan. Release him, Orochimaru, or you'll find yourself in a world of trouble, said Kakashi, his voice as sharp as steel. Little Kakachan, threatening me? Mightly selfish of you to have what I want, but deny me the chance to get it myself, said Orochimaru. Suddenly, there was a poof of smoke, and the entire Chunin arena was contained inside of a large purple barrier. A sound jonin appeared behind Kakashi, only for the kunai that he tried to stab Kakashi with was ripped from his hand and plunged into his own throat. He was dead before he hit the ground. Orochimaru smirked as the Kage booth suddenly was filled with gold dust, and Hiruzen was forced to jump up onto the roof of the box. So the Sound and Sand Village think that they can invade our village. You should have brought more help, Orochimaru, said Kakashi, his chakra levels raising as he grew more serious. Oh, but I did, said Orochimaru before throwing Sasuke at Kakashi, forcing Kakashi to move to catch a student. Kakashi's Sharingan spun as he was picked up the hand signs that Orochimaru made before he slammed his hands on the ground, and up rose 4 coffins. 3 of them had simple numbers, 1, 2, 4, but the 4th one was lab-lead red. Hiruzen landed in a crouch next to Kakashi, his eyes trained on the coffins before him. Orochimaru, what have you done? Asked Hiruzen in horror. I figured since I was fighting my sensei to the death, that you'd like to do so as well, chuckled before the coffins lab-lead 1 and 2 opened, revealing the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Hiruzen, you've aged, noted the 1st Hokage. So, someone managed to recreate my reanimation jutsu. I am sorry about that, brother. It seems that my technique is being used to force us to fight the old monkey over there, commented the 2nd Hokage. Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sensei. I do not wish to fight you, but I will. I must protect my village, even from 2 of its biggest heroes, stated a somber Hiruzen. Just then the Kazekage crashed into the ground next to them. Tsunade jumped down after the battered Kage, cracking her knuckles as she landed. Get up, you pathetic sack of shit. I barely broke a sweat, commanded Tsunade before her eyes caught sight of her grandfather and granduncle. Little Tsutsu, you've grown as well. You are aging much better than Monkey-chan over here, stated Hashirama. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, even as tears started to pour freely from her eyes. Orochimaru, you better kill me, because I swear you will never escape my wrath for this, whispered Tsunade. That is not the only family reunion, said Orochimaru before Coffin's lab-lead 4 and Red opened. 2 things happened. The coffin lab-lead 4 crumbled to dust, but Red opened, and out stepped a woman with long, bright red hair. Her oval face was fairly tanned and pretty. Her violet eyes scanned the arena before they landed on Naruto. His blue eyes met her violet eyes, and she gasped. Naruto? Yeah. Who are you? Answered Naruto. Hiruzen, why does my baby not know who his mother is? Naruto gasped himself, his mother? He had never seen so much as picture of her before, but yet, here she was standing right in front of him. Kushina, Naruto has not reached the rank of Chunin yet, as his father wished for him to reach before providing him the info, answered Hiruzen. Your husband refused to join us, Kushina, but don't worry. Once you murder your own son, you will probably join him in hell, said Orochimaru. Orochimaru slammed a pair of kunai into the back of the heads of Hashirama and Tobirama, but before he could do the same to Kushina, she caught his wrist. Orochimaru-sensei, I am an Uzumaki. Did you really think I wouldn't be able to break the control seal that you used on us? Growled Kushina. A pulse of chakra was felt as Orochimaru switched with a mud clone. Kushina jumped over to the side with Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Tsunade. Orochimaru growled as he gave the mental command to Hashirama and Tobirama. The duo of undead Hokages took a small step forward before taking another step. Then in a blur, as the two undead former Kages raced forward only to be met by Hiruzen and Tsunade. Kakashi gave Kushina a side look that she returned, and they both turned their attention to Orochimaru. Little Kushina and Kakashi, forgive me for not shaking in fear. You are both 20 years too young to hold a candle to me, taunted Orochimaru. Wood style, forest of binding jutsu, said Naruto as he slammed his hands on the ground, and suddenly there was an explosion of square wood ripped up the ground and raced toward Orochimaru, who ended the jutsu by spitting out his sword and slashing through the wood-based attack. Naruto glared at the pale Sannin with his eyes, the green ring around his blue eyes making it all the more serious looking to Orochimaru. Ah, they grow up so fast, don't they, Kushina? Don't worry, once I kill Naruto, you and him can spend the rest of time together in the afterlife. Over my dead body, Orochimaru, snarled Kushina. Why yes, that is the point, Kushina mocked Orochimaru as he looked to his left, and the Kazekage appeared, who simply glared at Kushina Tsunade, and Kakashi could do next to nothing as the reanimated first and second Hokages launched themselves at the third Hokage, the legendary shinobi, in a three-way battle. Kakashi's Sharingan swirled as he watched the chakra flowing from Orochimaru towards the two reanimated shinobi. Lady Tsunade, Orochimaru can't fully power either the first or the second without completely draining himself of chakra. If we can force him to spend enough chakra, Lord Hiruzen should be able to take the both of them in their weakened state, analyzed Kakashi. That implanted eye of yours is something special, Kakashi. You always were a bright kid. You've turned out to be a bright young man. Shame that you'll never make to being a wise old man, tissed Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin's tone was so casual, as if he was talking about how nice the weather was and not about killing one of the 40th strongest men in the world. Kushina narrowed her eyes and launched herself at her sensei, her red hair flowing behind her as she built chakra up before there was an explosion of chains out of her back that shot at Orochimaru. Orochimaru cursed as he was forced to avoid the chakra-suppressing chains. He quickly spit up his sword and deflected the first of them while jumping back. Before any more could attack him, Kushina was sent flying by a hammer of gold dust. Tsunade looked back at the roughed-up Kazekage and smirked, the red-haired leader gulping nervously. Brat, you're with me. You already did a number on his son. Let's take out Daddy Dearest, said Tsunade as she shifted her attention away from Orochimaru and focused on the foreign leader. She didn't want to admit it, but she wasn't sure if she could actually kill her one-time friend. She still had so much love for him in her heart that it would break it to actually put down the serpent. Naruto nodded and slammed his hands into the ground, sending a series of wooden limbs flying at the foreign Kage, forcing him to block the attack. It was a mistake as Tsunade used it to jump over his barrier of golden dust and land a crushing blow to his face, sending him skidding back, where there was a wooden wall that he slammed into. He prevented the wall from dragging into it by summoning more golden dust and ripping the wood apart, his arms becoming covered in the stuff as he blocked Tsunade's hammer kick, pushing her upwards before slamming an elbow into her back as she was forced to flip. Any further attack on the Slug Princess was stopped by a wooden hand that he was forced to dodge. You fucking brat. You fucking Senju were always more trouble than you were worth, roared Raza. Well, be prepared to have your hands full, replied Naruto, his chakra flaring which caused the world around them to shake as he unleashed all of his chakra, his eyes becoming a strong forest green. Fucking fantastic. Another one of you tree-hugging Senju with endless chakra, commented Raza as Naruto finished unleashing his power. You'll find that most of us have a lot of it, mused Tsunade before she slammed her foot down and the entire ground was ripped apart like there was a massive earthquake. Naruto jumped into the air, a large tree rising up under him, and Tsunade as they watched Raza land on a cloud of golden dust and remain in the air. With Hiruzen, old age was wearing on him. His body hurt more than he could remember in recent memory. Even as limited as the two former Kages were, they were still in the prime of their lives. Hashirama was a menace. Each one of his blows made Hiruzen's bones rattle in his body. Tobirama was just as fast as Hiruzen remembered him to be, even without his teleportation jutsu. The man was seemingly everywhere and nowhere all the time. His endless waves of water jutsu was only making things harder. Backpedaling, Hiruzen flipped through hand signs, using the blood leaking from his cheek. He slammed his hand on the ground, and in a burst of smoke, Inma, the Monkey King, was there. The large silvery-haired monkey looked at his summoner and then at the pair of undead Hokage and shook his head. "You never summon for me for tea. It's always these massive battles to the death," commented Inma. "Next time you get summoned, it will be for tea, I promise," said Hiruzen with a soft smile on his face, the grim situation having a firm grip on his mind. Things couldn't get much worse for him. The only thing that could make this fight harder for him would be if Orochimaru joined in. Inma nodded and transformed into a large bow staff, one that Hiruzen quickly scooped up and used to swat Tobirama away before breathing fire at Hashirama, forcing the undead Hokage to summon a wall of earth to block the flames. A bullet of water barely missed Hiruzen as he jumped out of the way at the last second. He turned in the direction of where the water bullet came from, his mouth opening for a series of mud bullets. At least that was the plan. Things changed when the ground split from shaking like an end-of-the-world level earthquake was happening. The three Hokages all muttered it at the same time. Tsunade. Hashirama quite literally leveled the fighting ground with a slam of his hands, the ground being repaired back to normal. The reward for his work was being bashed in the face with the bow staff that Hiruzen was wielding, his head coming off. The body stumbled around, trying to find its head. Knowing that it would a minute for that to happen, Hiruzen turned his attention back to Tobirama, racing towards the white-haired Hokage, engaging him in a bout of taijutsu that would make Guy cry with tears of joy from the pure art of their back and forth. Hiruzen was got the best of Tobirama by Inma, slapping him away with his massive hand that erupted from the end of the bow staff. Hiruzen was left huffing heavily, his body begging for a rest, one that he couldn't afford to give it at the moment. Hashirama's body had found its head and was whole once again. Tobirama had already recovered and was dashing back towards him. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen rushed forward to match Tobirama, his one-time sensei slipping under a swipe of the bow staff and hitting Hiruzen in the chest. Hiruzen was set skidding backwards, his body being ragdolled by the strong blow. His skidding was ending by a wooden hand crashing into his back, sending him up into the air. Thinking quickly, a mud wall shot out of his mouth, and he dropped onto it. Inma was back in his monkey form, restraining Tobirama. The monkey summon was only allowed by the reanimated Hokage because the seal in the Hokage's head gave the instruction to attack Hiruzen and nobody else, thus allowing Tobirama to allow himself to be held back from attacking Inma for holding him back. Using the brief moment to catch his breath, Hiruzen tried to think of a way out of this, a way that he could potentially survive this fight. But there was these monsters would never stop. They would never stop coming at him. He couldn't allow their souls to remain on this world. It was unnatural. Looking up at the sky, the sun was high in the sky, the afternoon heat felt. But despite it being physically early in the morning, Hiruzen didn't see anything but a setting sun. There was one jutsu that he could one that he knew from the time he spent studying it with Minato, one that he wished he had the courage to use in place of Minato all those years ago. At least he would get the chance to catch up with his old friend, even if it was in the belly of the beast. With Kakashi and Kushina, once Tsunade and Naruto took the fourth Kazekage out of the fight, Kushina went right back to rushing in Kakashi on her tail. Orochimaru showed his former student no mercy, cutting her down in an instant. Kakashi ignored it and moved forward, his Sharingan allowing him to dodge the unnaturally angled slash of the sword before he moved in and fought Orochimaru hand to hand. Kakashi was in close, fighting as hard as he could, avoiding using any chakra so that he could use his Sharingan as long as possible. Kushina was a couple feet away. Her chakra created chains manifesting from her back and keeping Orochimaru from getting close enough to finish Kakashi. Orochimaru exploded in a burst of mud, and Kakashi was forced to cover his eyes, the biting pain of a sword going through his shoulder, forcing them back open. "I wanted to take your arm," hissed Orochimaru, only for a kunai to stab into his own shoulder and the first Kakashi fade away. "Jinjutsu? That eye is truly amazing. Imagine if you had two of them, Kakashi," said Orochimaru, pulling the kunai out of his body. The ground shook, but they were far enough away that the ground wasn't ripping up from whatever it was that was causing it. Kushina had somehow gotten a sword, most likely from one of the dead Sand Shinobi in the stands. Most of them were already dead due to the other Konoha Jonin in the stands along with the Chunin and Genin. "Tell me why you would do this, sensei," said Kushina, pointing the sword at Orochimaru. "Why else would I do anything? Because I want to burn this village down to the ground. I want to master every known jutsu known to the shinobi. Hiruzen and Kakashi here are some of the biggest walking of libraries in all the nations. I want what they have," stated the snake. "Then I am given no choice other than to put an end to you," declared Kushina. "Oh, please. I've been humoring you up until this point, Kushina. Your son over there, too. He doesn't belong in a fight like this. Tsunade is doing most of the work, but none of you here besides Sensei can actually hope to match me," said Orochimaru before he made a single hand sign. Kushina looked at her hand as it crumbled away, her face holding a look of pure shock. "I could have done that whenever I wanted. Like I said, I was choosing to humor you. And at this point, I am no longer choosing to do so," said Orochimaru before a strong breeze blew the rest of Kushina's crumbling body away. All that remained was a mummified corpse in her place. Kakashi took a deep breath, his body trembling as he knew that he would be forced to go the rest of this fight alone. "You don't have to throw your life away, Kakashi. Step aside. Allow me to take the Uchiha brat. Give me the experiment over there, and I will allow you to live," said Orochimaru. "Yeah, I don't think so," said Kakashi as he closed his Sharingan eye. "Oh, do you plan on stopping me yourself?" questioned Orochimaru. "Actually, he has some friends," said another voice that caused both of them to look at the arena wall to the left. Anko stood on the wall, looking down at Orochimaru with pure hate in her eyes. "Speaking of experiments, here is the biggest failure of them," taunted Orochimaru as he tried to use the curse mark on her neck to bring her to her knees, only for it to fail. "I sealed away her curse mark, much better than what I did with Sasuke's," said Kakashi as he opened his Sharingan, the 3 tomes gone and replaced with a triangle-like design with curved lines from one point to the other. "What is this?" questioned Orochimaru before he felt the pull on his body and barely managed to replace himself with a mud clone at the last second. The clone's arm was ripped up by some vortex. "That is a new jutsu," commented Orochimaru, his interest in the jutsu that had just shredded his clone. "Where did you get that?" "It must be from this new form of Sharingan. I'll have to rip it from your head before I leave." Kakashi tried not to let the look of disappointment reach his face. He was nearly out of chakra. He could do that again, maybe once before he was done for the rest of the fight. Anko dropped down next to him, and he glanced at her before training his eyes on Orochimaru, who simply smiled at the two of them with glee. Back with Tsunade and Naruto. Raza was having a bad day. He was, to be quite frank, getting his ass beat. If it wasn't Naruto running interference with his wood, it was Tsunade ripping through his defenses and landing body-wrecking hit after body-wrecking hit. His gold that had once lined his arms was gone. The thin coating that he wore as a armor had been stripped of his body long ago. His body was covered in bruises. His right hand was broken from where Tsunade had grabbed him. As he went to jump above Tsunade, wooden binds wrapped around his limbs in midair, and just like with Gaara, his chakra was sucked up the wood. Unable to do anything, Raza could only watch as Tsunade walked up to him and with a hand covered in medical chakra, hit him in the chest. His heart gave only a couple more struggling beats before stopping. Naruto released him and Raza dropped to the ground dead. Naruto walked over to Tsunade and the dead Kazekage and asked, "Now what?" "How much chakra do you have?" asked Tsunade. "More than everyone else here," answered Naruto before Tsunade bopped him over the head for his check. "Good. Then you can go help run interference for Hiruzen from a distance. If you get hurt, I'll heal you and then beat your ass up 10 times worse," said Tsunade as she ruffled his hair before watching Naruto run off towards the large wave of water crashing into the wall of flames. Tsunade turned her sights back over to where Kakashi was no longer fighting Orochimaru, but now with the help of Anko. Building up chakra, Tsunade rushed forward and managed to land a devastating blow to Orochimaru's face, only for him to warp and turn into a mud clone. "Tsuchan, you wound me with your intent to kill me," hissed Orochimaru, a frown gracing his face for the first time all day. "I intend to make sure this day is your last," swore Tsunade before she made a hand sign, and the diamond on her forehead expanded into a seal that covered her entire forehead, and Orochimaru felt her chakra levels rise and rise and rise some more. It was both terrifying and interesting to him. She had clearly made some new jutsu since the last time that he had seen her. This one seemingly was based on hiding bits and pieces of her chakra in that seal on her forehead. "A little power-up isn't going to save you," hissed Orochimaru. "This is more than a little power-up. I have re-energized my entire body at this point. I am basically unkillable," retorted Tsunade as she rushed forward, ready to fight her one-time friend. Orochimaru rushed forward as well, his sword ready to pierce her fist that she had thrown at him. But much to his surprise, his sword bounced off of her fist, and when her fist slammed into his face, he was sent bouncing along the ground. Despite the massive concussion, the blurred vision, and the ringing of his own brain melting in his ear, Orochimaru could clearly see what the hype was for this jutsu, and why Tsunade would be so proud of this one. His sword was famous for being able to cut through everything, had just bounced off of her skin. "I see. There was more to your technique than just false confidence in your ability to heal yourself faster than I could see with all that extra chakra," commented Orochimaru as he pulled himself off the ground. Tsunade huffed and didn't say anything. She wasn't here to talk. She was here to put down one of the people that she loved most in the world. Gritting her teeth, she rushed forward just as the barrier around the arena flickered before dropping for a second before immediately coming back up. "What kind of trick is this?" asked Tsunade. "I don't know," answered Orochimaru as he was confused himself. There's a burst of smoke, and Orochimaru gulped, as out of the smoke walked Jiraiya, a pair of old toads on his shoulders, his face already showing the signs of sage mode. "Sorry I'm late to the party, but better late than ever," said the toad sage, and for the first time, Orochimaru wasn't sure that this was a good idea. But before the three Sannin could get into their fight, the area that Naruto and Hiruzen were fighting the reanimated Hokages and was suddenly covered in trees, the one lighter ones coming from Naruto, the darker coming from Hashirama. "Looks like you have to decide, myself or the boy Jiraiya," taunted Orochimaru. Tamari had felt the terrible power flood the world around here. An icy cold chill followed that sickening power. It made her freeze in her spot, but her head still whirled around to see the large tress that had exploded from the ground, rising towards the sky, begin to wilt. The lighter of the trees fell before the dark of the trees, and the purple barrier that had surrounded the main fight disappeared. The trees hit the ground, and large clouds of dust were kicked up. As the barrier vanished, so did the coldness and the sickening power. Freed from her spot, Temari drew her fan. She spun around, unleashing a tornado of wind that pushed back everyone next to her. Stopping, she looked up and saw a squad of sound shinobi rushing away. The pale skin in the middle let her know that it was Orochimaru being forced to retreat. Her stomach twisted. If the snake had been repelled by the forces of Konoha, what had happened to her father? Mere seconds after the sound ninja left, a squad of Konoha ANBU were seen fleeing as well. The body that they were surrounding was limp and lifeless. She was almost certain that it would be the body of the late third Hokage if things had gone to plan. Bending her knees, she pushed chakra into her legs. As she slung her fan back on her back, she launched herself up into air. Soaring up, she landed on the cracked, damaged edge wall of the arena. Her view filled with the slowly dispersing dust clouds. Her lungs filled with chakra, and she blew the cloud away as she pushed the chakra-laced air out of her body. She looked around, and she could immediately see the still form of her father, his body still draped in his formal Kage cloaks. It made her stomach twist even more as she was forced to take in that her father had really died. They had not been close, her father had been cold and abrasive, but at the end of the day, the man was still her father. Jumping down from the top of the wall, she landed on the sandy ground and made her way towards the body of her father on the ground. She ignored the stares of the Konoha shinobi around her as she single-mindedly made her way towards her dad's corpse. She had just made it there and taken a knee to touch his body when she felt the kunai that had already been thrown at her back. She barely had time to turn around when the kunai was mere feet away. But much to her surprise, she was not stabbed by the flying knife. Instead, a wall of mud rose up from the ground far faster than she could react to block the knight. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Naruto on his knees, his right hand covered in mud as it was touching the ground. "Naruto, how could you save her?" "She's part of the invading force," growled a Chunin, the man who threw the kunai based on his extended arm and hand. "Because Old Man Hokage wouldn't want any more needless bloodshed. The invasion is over. Orochimaru has been driven away. The Kazekage is quite literally dead at her feet," panted Naruto. "Fine," spat the Chunin before he turned to Temari and said, "Grab his body and leave now. I will not be so nice next time. Now scram before I think of taking my kindness back." Temari nodded and scooped her father's body up and slung him over her shoulders before she gave Naruto a soft smile before she pumped chakra into her legs and pushed off, leaving in a blurry hurry. Naruto dropped his hands and knees to face down on the ground, his body giving out from the punishment that he had received. Rolling over, he looked up at the clouds blanketing the sky, the rare spots of bright blue breaking through the gray blanket. "Hiruzen-sensei would be proud of you for that," said Jiraiya as he emerged from someone in the arena. Naruto didn't say anything in response right away. Instead, his eyes continued to stare up at the clouds that hung over his body. "So now what, Ero-sensei?" asked Naruto. Jiraiya shook his head as he chuckled to himself. "We do the same thing the village has always done. We rebuild bigger and better than ever." Naruto sighed. "I think I will take a moment to myself here on the ground first." Jiraiya's eyes misted up as he saw another young teenage blonde in a stripped tracksuit in Naruto's place, also pleading for a moment's rest. "Take all the time that you need, kid," said Jiraiya absent-mindedly, leaving Naruto by himself as he turned and looked around at the damage done to his home. That night, Konoha Council Chambers. The clan heads were all present, a couple of them wearing bandages, but they were all still there. Important jonin such as Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma were present as well. Kakashi had even shown up on time for once. The trio of village elders were present. The ANBU commander and all of the ANBU captains were there. Jiraiya was the one who had called the meeting. The civilian side of the council was the only people not present. The shinobi side did not want nor need their opinion in this kind of matter. Jiraiya sealed the chamber's door with a special seal and turned to face the rest of the people in the room. "We all know why we are here," started Jiraiya. "Hiruzen-sensei has fallen in battle to Orochimaru, who had the aid of the reanimated first and second Hokage. Danzo's lone. I was trained on Jiraiya, but the Toad Sage ignored the man looking at him. Obviously, we can't continue on without a Hokage. It would send a sign to the rest of the world that we are weak, continued Jiraiya. Then it sounds like we need someone to become our new Hokage. I am more than willing to fill the void, said Danzo. Kakashi rolled his eye, and Asuma chuckled at the bandaged man's words, causing the older man to look at them sternly. Shikaku Nara yawned loudly and said, "You want us to replace an old man with another old man? That is not the kind of action that will tell the other villages that we are still strong enough not to mess with." Danzo glared at the Nara clan head, but didn't say anything. He knew that he would not gain support by arguing in front of the rest of the council. "I agree with Shadow Puppets over there," said Sum, her wild hair shifting as she moved her head. "We have so many S-rank shinobi on our roster. Why not go with one who isn't going to die of old age in the next couple of years?" Danzo frowned, his lone sign of his emotional outrage at the Inuzuka clan head's words. "So who would you suggest?" Kakashi asked Shikaku. Kakashi shook his head. "I don't believe that I'm ready just yet." Eagle, the ANBU commander, cut in and said, "Isn't it clear? The only person who is qualified is Lord Jiraiya here." All eyes turned to Jiraiya, who shook his head. "I don't want the job, but a Sannin isn't a bad place to start. Tsunade would be perfect. She would get to be close to her cousin Naruto, as well as help improve the village's medical staff." "Is it wise for us to really trust one of the Sannin with our village, when one of their own just laid waste to our village?" questioned Danzo. "Is she not nothing more than a wrinkled corpse at the moment? And that's somehow worse than you? She'll recover, but you're nothing more than a crippled fossil with one foot in the grave," retorted Jiraiya. "I think we need to wait until Lady Tsunade is back on her feet. We can nominate her, but she still has to accept," said Eagle. "We do need to know our options," added Shikaku. "If we're looking for people qualified, I believe that my name should be in the mix," spoke up Hayashi Hyuga. "So the short list is simple: Tsunade, Kakashi's lazy ass, Hayashi, Danzo, and myself," said Jiraiya. There was a round of agreement before the room grew quiet once more, and Danzo asked the boy, "How long has he been practicing his Mokutan abilities?" Kakashi answered that one, "Several months now." Shibi pushed his glasses up. "That is most impressive. Naruto Uzumaki must be more talented than any of us could have guessed for him to progress so quickly with a fabled technique." Danzo tapped his cane on the ground. As the third Hokage said, "Our top priority at this point is to make sure that Naruto remains loyal to this village. With that type of power at his disposal, he could quite literally be the second coming of our first Hokage." "Yeah, and that is why you're to stay away from him," glared Jiraiya. "You act as if I would do something to harm the boy," countered Danzo, a calm expression as always on his face. "You make a single move towards him, and I will come down on you with all of my power." Orochimaru and a pair of reanimated Hokages were barely able to match me for mere minutes. "Do you think you would fare better?" spat Jiraiya. "This is outrageous. How dare you talk to a Konoha elder like this?" said Danzo in mock anger. "I am on Lord Jiraiya's side. You make a move on the boy, and I will not hesitate to cut you down. Your backdoor moves are well known at this point," said Kakashi. His little orange book was nowhere to be seen, and his single "I was trained on the bandaged elder." The meeting was pretty much over at that point, and thus Jiraiya ended the seal that secured the room, and the members of the meeting made their way out. "Lord Jiraiya, I will be sure to keep an eye on Naruto in case Danzo tries to make a move on him with his said Kakashi as they were the last two in the room. "Don't worry about it. Naruto is going to become my apprentice soon. I will live him on your team, but his training will mostly be handed by me at this point," said Jiraiya. "I didn't think that I did that bad of a job in training him these last couple months." "What is the real reason that you wish to take over Naruto's training?" asked Kakashi in a serious tone. "There's a threat that has been lurking in the background for a minute now. I first picked up on them when I was trailing Orochimaru for months. They're not a normal threat like the Cloud building up their shinobi reserves. No, this group is different, as they have only 9 members. But each member of this group is an S-ranked shinobi, said Jiraiya, equally as serious. 9 shinobi on the level of the Kage? That's unheard of, commented Kakashi. I know. Now, imagine the leader, a man powerful enough to keep 8 others who are that powerful in check. You might be able to handle a couple members, but Naruto needs someone like me who can not just match one of them, but make them think twice about engaging, said Jiraiya. Kakashi nodded his head. Okay, then. 2 days later. The bright sky, the beautiful warm weather, the birds chirping loudly. You would never think that the 3rd Hokage's funeral had just ended. Naruto stood looking at the memorial with sadness, but there was no tears in his eyes. You were past your prime, and you still had it in you to fight 2 former Hokage. Unbelievable, said Naruto to nobody. You humored me when nobody else would. You believed in me when you had no reason to, continue Naruto. Even at your age, it feels like you were taken too soon. I have so many questions, so many things I wanted to experience with you there. I wish you were still here. I want to be angry that you got yourself killed, but that is what you signed up for. That is why you were the Hokage. He would be so proud to hear you understand that, Naruto, said a voice from behind him. I didn't see you here at the funeral, said Naruto, his eyes still trained on the stone that read Hiruzen Sarutobi, the eternal Hokage. I didn't want to come. It doesn't feel real that Sensei is no longer with us, but at the same time, I know that he's finally getting that rest and retirement that he deserves, replied the voice. You think so? Asked Naruto. I know so, said Tsunade as she walked up to Naruto and pulled him into a tight one-armed hug. So, what exactly is our mission? Asked Naruto to Kakashi as Team 7 all stood at the main gates to Konoha, the mostly rebuilt village in the background. You could still hear the faint hammering of nails, the rough scrapping of metal on metal and wood as the finishing touches of the rebuild were being completed. I wasn't going to go into detail until the client arrived, as this should be a rather straightforward guard detail mission that he can explain, but since you asked so nicely, I guess I can spill some of the details, said Kakashi as he put away his book and looked at the trio of young shinobi before himself. The leader of the Hidden Waterfall village requested a team to escort him back to his village. With Naruto getting the Chunin rank, Sasuke being on probation for the Chunin rank, and Sakura being in the Chunin exams finals, Team 7 was given the mission. You make it sound like you're not coming with us, Sensei, said Sakura. That's because he's not, said a voice that Naruto was very familiar with at this point. Lady Tsunade, said Sakura in awe at seeing the living legend before her. Sasuke didn't say anything and Naruto could only narrow his eyes and groan. What do you want, you old bat? Asked Naruto to the shock of Sakura, who gasped in disbelief at the level of disrespect shown to their new Hokage. I come to see my cousin off on a mission, and this is how I get treated, fumed Tsunade as she shook her fist at Naruto, who rolled his eyes. You came out here to baby me like you do at every chance that you get, didn't you? Retorted Naruto. Tsunade pouted, maybe. Naruto smiled and walked closer to his lone living relative in the village and hugged her tightly, an action that she returned immediately. When they broke apart, she pulled up his headband and kissed him on the forehead before pulling the headband back down. You be careful out there. Naruto nodded, I will. Tsunade turned and left without looking back at the new Chunin, something that he was thankful for if he was being honest. As Naruto turned back to his squad, a taller teenager with long flat brown hair, wearing a green shirt with tan pants and blue ninja sandals arrived. Hi, my name is Shibuki, leader of the village hidden in the waterfall, said the teen, his voice shaky and uncertain. Naruto stepped right up to him, his hand extended, and had to hold back his laughter as the man flinched as the hand reached out to him. All right, a handshake, laughed Shibuki as he reached out to shake Naruto's hand after realizing that Naruto wasn't going to hurt him. They shook hands, and Naruto said, My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The guy with the black hair is Sasuke, and the pink-haired girl is Sakura. Sakura gave a small wave, and Sasuke just gave a small nod. Both of them were eager to get his mission started. "Let's head out now," said Naruto to Shibuki, who nodded, and the three Konoha shinobi went into a triangle formation around Shibuki, with him in the middle, and they leapt off into the trees, off to the hidden waterfall village. With Tsunade, by the time she made it back up to her new office, she was greeted with a series of people in her new office. "Why is it that nobody ever comes in here with sake?" grumbled Tsunade as she saw Danzo, Hayashi, Jiraiya, and the Suna shinobi Baki in her office. "Lady Hokage, it is an honor to have this meeting with you," said Baki, his half-covered face dipping in a bow. "Would have been great for me to know about the meeting," said Tsunade as she took a seat at her desk. "So, what brings you to Konoha?" "We've already turned over all of the shinobi that we captured during the invasion for the agreed-upon ransom." Danzo spoke. It seems Suna realized that without us backing them, IWA and Kyumo are breathing down their necks. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. IWA already has started recalling all of their Jonin and ANBU back to the village. Their forces will be mobilized within a week, 2 weeks at max. Baki frowned. "I know, which is why I am here. We want to reinstate the allegiance, at nearly any cost." Hayashi added, "Which is why we have gathered her, Lady Tsunade." Danzo represents the elders and civilians of the council, while I represent the shinobi side. Jiraiya is here as top-ranking shinobi in our village. "So, this is a quick abridged council meeting to see if Suna can offer us something worth re-establishing the allegiance?" asked Tsunade. The men in the room nodded, and Tsunade said, "Okay, so let's get down to business. Why should we not allow the other village to wipe you off the face of the earth? Your failed invasion brought about the death of my sensei, Hiruzen. Why should I agree to your terms?" Baki pulled out a scroll and presented it to Tsunade, who opened it, reading the contents of the scroll before dropped it on her desk. "This is meaningless to me," said Tsunade. "I could care less about a 100-year allegiance, a lack of import or export taxes, and several forbidden Suna jutsu." Baki smirked and let out a huffing chuckle. "I told the council that you wouldn't even entertain that type of offer, so let me lay the biggest offer on the table. Temari." Danzo eye narrowed, and he asked, "You want a political marriage?" "Absolutely not," said Hayashi. "I say we let the man finish his offer," said Jiraiya. "You would offer Konoha, one of the strongest shinobi in your villages?" "For what?" asked Tsunade. Baki continued on with his offer. "Temari would be part of a joint shinobi program. We give you one of best, and you give us basically anyone you want. If you wanted it to be a political marriage, I can amend the agreement for that." The council foresaw something like that being on the table as well. They wanted to pair Temari with the blonde kid who stopped Gaara in the invasion. Hayashi folded his arms over his chest. "You want to pair Temari, the daughter of your 4th Kazekage, with a relative of our 1st, 2nd, and current 5th Hokage? Why? That would only make our village stronger, as the potential for their offspring would be incredible." Danzo tissed, because if Naruto and Temari are to wed, Naruto would feel some kind of way if Temari's home and family were being attacked. Baki just shrugged, and Tsunade put her hands under her chin and rested her head on them. "Okay, I can get behind the joint shinobi program. I will not force a marriage, though. If Naruto and Temari end up liking each other, we can discuss that if it comes up. I will send over 20 Chunin and 4 Jonin. You will send over 10 Chunin on top of Temari." Danzo couldn't help but ask, "How did you arrive at those numbers?" "The village will be losing manpower." "Because I'm also taking their offer in the scroll," said Tsunade, as she opened up her top drawer in her desk and pulled out a new scroll, opening it and started writing up the terms that she wanted. Baki couldn't do anything but look on as his village's fate was hanging on by a thread as the Hidden Rock Village prepared to launch their attack on his home. Back with Team 7. Naruto was fed up with Shibuki already. The man had been scared of a piece of moss hanging from tree, a frog that jumped too close to him, and most recently a bird that flew overheard. The man was a giant coward who Naruto was surprised hadn't been scared by his own shadow at this point. "So, Shibuki, what is your village like?" I've never heard of any shinobi from your village, asked Sakura, trying to break up the silence. Well, we are a smaller village. We don't have a caste of S-ranked shinobi like Konoha does, but we hold our own. Most of our houses are on the edge of a lake, answered Shibuki honestly, while also giving no real details. Sakura frowned as she put together that she basically got nothing, and the final stretch of the mission passed in silence until Shibuki stopped the group as the bushes shook just ahead of the group and out ran a young boy and girl who greeted Shibuki by name. Shibuki tilted his head at seeing the young children from his village outside of the village. "What are you two doing out here?" "Mom told us to clean up the river," said the boy as he lifted a plastic bag in his hand to show that it was filled with trash. Shibuki smiled brightly. "Well, guess what? Your job is done, as these Konoha guys will finish that task for you." Sakura went to shout at Shibuki, but Naruto held up his hand to stop her. "Shibuki, if we clean up the trash in this river, our fee doubles." Shibuki bit his lip before nodded. "It will be worth it if I can stop the kids from doing it themselves." His words made the kids cheer his name, and Naruto turned to his teammates. "Let's get this over with. Sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home." In Suna, the streets were nearly empty, a first for a Thursday afternoon, but Temari wasn't going to complain. She was just picking up some imported sushi and fish dishes from an island near the Hidden Mist village. It was kind of pricey, but it was also a treat from her brother. It was not every day that you found out that you were promoted to Chunin for surviving a failed invasion that saw your people be slaughtered like helpless sheep. Kankuro had decided to fork over the money to feed the family. She leapt up onto the roof of a nearby building and quickly bounced from rooftop to rooftop as she made her way back home. Home was a bit weird. The lack of her father's cold, overbearing presence was not missed, but at the same time, it was a constant in her life for as long as she could remember. It had been a familiar part of her life that was simply gone, never to be experienced, seen, or heard from again. She opened her front door, and Kankuro was sitting on the couch in the living room, reading something that she couldn't make out. But based on the green lining of the material, it was a scroll on puppet making. "You've returned," said a cold, emotionless voice from the stairs. Temari had to prevent herself from jumping at the sound of the voice because the owner still, to this moment, kind of scared the shit out of her, if she was being honest. But she also had to resist the urge to say yes, father, because in that single moment, Gaara sounded like their dad more than ever. "I have," said Temari to her youngest brother, "with the sushi as I said I would." "Is it normal for people to announce the completion of their tasks?" asked Gaara, the young red-haired man, sounding confused for a moment. "Kankuro, Temari is back. I'm telling you like I said I would," said Gaara in a slightly raised voice before he looked back to Temari. "Did I do that correct?" Temari let a small smile grace her face. "You did great, Gaara." Kankuro got up from the couch and asked Temari, "Did you get the stuff?" Temari held up the bag of food in her hand, and the trio of siblings made their way to the dining room, a room that Temari and Kankuro were more familiar with than Gaara. His antisocial behavior had made him skip on the simple things in life, like family dinner or talking to people without the intent to murder them. Temari ripped the bag open and passed Kankuro the order of fried octopus salad. Gaara had ordered shrimp ramen, something about a blonde monster who loved the stuff, while Temari had ordered the sushi platter for herself. Gaara took a seat to her right, and she couldn't put her finger on it, but something about her baby brother seemed a bit different. It took her a moment to realize that the large sand gourd that usually rested his back was missing. "This is nice," commented Temari as the three siblings all sat at the same table, almost like they were actually a loving and caring family. Temari wouldn't lie. She loved Gaara with all of her heart, but she was still afraid of him. A week of good behavior doesn't clean up years of bloodlust, but she was more than willing to try and connect with him. Temari bowed her head in prayer before she dug in with gusto, matched by Kankuro, while Gaara ate slowly and under control. Temari was about halfway through her food when she noticed that Gaara had stopped eating, his hands trembling slightly. "What's wrong, Gaara?" she asked him. "Something is wrong. I can feel it in the shifting of the sand outside the village," said Gaara, his jaw clenching as he closed his eyes. Temari looked at him with concern, but she felt the large spike right before there was a large cloud sand seen through the window. She switched her hand on the sash on her outfit, and in a burst of smoke, she was holding her large battle fan. She opened the window and threw her fan into the air. Her fan caught the wind and floated until she jumped onto it and used her chakra to push it towards the edge of the village. She arrived at the large wall that made up their watchtower, and she looked out of the desert, seeing the large shinobi forces. IWA Shinobi reported the ANBU on guard to Gaara, who had appeared next to Temari, the large sand gourd on his back again. "How many?" asked Gaara. Temari could count a couple hundred, but considering that Suna only had 255 fully healthy shinobi available in the village, Suna was not exactly in a situation to handle this type of assault. Their best hope would be that the allegiance with Konoha had gone well and they could get some shinobi over to their location in a hurry. "Have a hawk sent to Konoha asking for assistance. I will lead the charge against these fools who seek to invade our home," commanded Gaara before he leapt off the wall, sand rising into the air to catch him. Gaara raised his hands, and a tsunami of sand rose up behind him before rushing forward just as a massive wave of water would. It didn't bother him, morphing around his body as it crashed down on invading forces. Temari looked at the collective wall of earth that sprung up to counter the wave of sand, and she held her breath as Gaara's sand struggled to overwhelm the invaders. Temari jumped up into the air, channeling roughly a third of her reserves into this single attack. Her fan opened all the way as she let the chakra build up before unleashing it in a massive windstorm that slammed into the wall of earth created by the IWA shinobi and shredded their cover. Temari landed with a huff, and she watched as the sand controlled by her brother attacked with renewed anger and aggression. "Hold on, Gaara. Help is on the way," whispered Temari. Despite not believing the words herself, Suna was resting on his shoulders and his shoulders alone. With Team 7, the trio of Konoha ninja had just finished cleaning up the river when the three of them all shared a look before nodding at one another. Sasuke jumped high into the air above the water as Sakura leapt towards the children who had remained near the river to watch the shinobi work. Naruto stood on the surface of the river and pulled out a kunai to deflect the spray of kunai that were sent at him before throwing a kunai at the source of the spray. The thrower managed to avoid Naruto's kunai by jumping up into the air, but Sasuke unleashed a fireball at the perfect moment, and the flames fried the attacker. Sasuke dropped to the water again and said that was too easy. Naruto agreed, and in a burst of smoke, was replaced by Sakura and the two kids as he caught the wrist of the man who had tried to assault Sakura. He had spiky black hair, a waterfall headband that had slashed through it. He wore an all-blue outfit and shinobi slippers. He also wore a look of shock at seeing Naruto gripping his hands so easily, Naruto's eyes meeting his own. "Why, you brat," snarled the man before a wooden stake exploded from the ground and into this neck from behind, killing the man. Naruto turned around to see Sasuke had dealt with a female shinobi while he had finished off his opponent. The trio of dead shinobi were all missing ninja, deflectors that nobody would miss based on their pathetic skills. Naruto was drawn from his thoughts by the flapping of wings as a hawk circled above him, before making a dive towards the arm that he had extended for it to land on. It was from the Hokage's office if the seal on the scroll was anything to go by. Naruto took the scroll from the hawk that immediately took back off to the skies, and he opened the scroll and started reading the message. A flare of chakra, and the scroll went up in flames, and Naruto turned to his two teammates to give them the updated mission information. "We're allies with Suna once more. We are to head there now and help defend them from an IWA invading force," said Naruto as he fished in his pocket, pulling out a shinobi food pills. He took one himself before flipping one to Sakura and Sasuke. They consumed them immediately, and Naruto could feel their chakra levels spike up beyond what they usually were. "We're about 25 minutes out if we run at full speed. We need to get there as fast as possible," said Naruto, If you can't keep up, fall back and arrive when you can." Sasuke and Sakura nodded, and the trio of them disappeared in a blur, leaving behind the dead bodies for the hidden waterfall to deal with. Leaping up into the trees, the three Konoha shinobi raced through the forest that surrounded Waterfall Country and into the land of grass. They sped through the small country, flying through the trees and briefly the wetlands before taking off into the trees once more. It was weird as within minutes of when they passed what Naruto knew was the border of grass and rain, the bright sunny sky started to darken with heavy rain clouds. Lightning split the sky, and Naruto felt his heartbeat skyrocket as he felt a nervous, chill tremble down his spine. Glancing around, Naruto tried to find a cause for such feeling but couldn't find it. The sky darkened even more, and the sun was completely hidden behind a wall of clouds, and then it began to rain. The first of the droplets were so soft that Naruto barely felt them touch his head, his thick hair soaking up the water instantly. But as the downpour started to get heavier, Naruto could feel something in the water. Each drop contained a tiny little chakra signature. Sensing chakra was weird, or it was at least to Naruto. You didn't quite feel it, like touching nothing. No, it was nothing like the 5 standard sense at all. Sensing chakra was like having a spider web around you made up of your chakra. A large net that, when other sources of chakra came into contact with, would shake and draw your attention. Well, right now, Naruto's web was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. His body was tensing for battle, but there was nobody in sight. What was worse was that the chakra in the rain felt so peaceful and almost pure. Like this is how chakra was supposed to feel, even if this chakra's feel was completely unique. "Do you feel that?" asked Sakura, whose medical training was making her more and more sensitive to chakra and the feel of it. "Yeah, the chakra in the rain," said Naruto. Sasuke's eyes opened and closed, his Sharingan revealed and activated as he looked at the falling drops of rain before looking up at the sky, seeing the connection. "The chakra in the rain, it's not normal chakra. It's not even an elemental nature transformation. I'm not sure what it is," commented Sasuke as he allowed his eyes to revert back to normal as the trio of them continued to race through the trees. "Do it feel kind of familiar to you?" asked Sakura. Naruto didn't say anything, but Sasuke's eyes flicked to Naruto and then Sakura, giving her a nod to confirm his agreement. The chakra, while not an exact match, had a similar feel to Naruto's when he used his Mokutan ability. It was probably something to do with the ability to warp and bend nature to your will, something that was clearly being done with the rain. Naruto still couldn't shake the feeling of danger and slowly shifted the group to the east, slipping out of the land of rain and into the land of fire. And it was not a coincidence that the rain did not fall them once they left the land of rain. The chakra and rain that coated them dispelled in a flare of chakra as Naruto led Sasuke and Sakura into the land of rivers. "That was a smart detour," said Sasuke as he pulled even with Naruto, Sakura still half a step behind the two of them. "It was needed. We were getting closer to aim. I didn't want to take a chance running into whoever was causing the rain. They had extremely potent chakra and unbelievably control to cover the entire country in rain," replied Naruto. "You think it was Hanzo?" asked Sasuke, his mind thinking of the most powerful hidden rain shinobi. "I don't think so. He was never mentioned to be able to control the weather before," said Naruto, as the trees in river country started to thin out and they leapt over the river that separated the land of rivers and the land of wind. Heading south, the trees ended and the desert began, forcing the trio to run through the sand. Naruto knew to coat the bottom of his feet in chakra to avoid slipping on hot sand, and made sure to let his squad mates know as well. "You have to treat the sand like water walking," he said as they raced through the sandy landscape. Glancing back, he noticed that both of them had followed his instructions, the three of them racing over the sand. As they got closer to Suna, Naruto had them slow down as he felt multiple new chakra sources creep onto the edge of his sensor web. Now only moving at an average walk speed, Naruto said, "Okay, the plan is simple." Sakura hit them with a Jinjutsu, Sasuke, unload some fire on them, and I'll try to trap them. The three of them split up, Sakura taking a position behind a sand dune as she wove through hand signs, twisting her chakra until it was flat like a blanket before letting it roll out over the makeshift camp that the IWA shinobi had set up. Jinjutsu was more than hand signs and chakra. It was not like ninjutsu, where pumping it full of chakra made it work. No, Jinjutsu required mental strength, chakra control, and precision. As Sakura allowed her chakra to flood the camp, it wasn't overbearing like Naruto's or even noticeable like Sasuke's. No, it was like soft droplets of rain, slowly making its way toward the target. Sakura could feel her chakra touch people, slipping into their chakra pools, her tiny sliver of chakra almost like a needle in a haystack. Now that she had her targets, she focused on what illusion she was going to cast. This was the hardest part. Keeping her chakra inside the other person's body while she actually cast the Jinjutsu. Hence why you needed mental strength to be good at Jinjutsu past the basics. Sakura decided that she would double everyone's vision and basically sent her sliver of chakra up to their eyes before allowing it to spike, creating the illusion of doubles. She could hear the mass panic of the section of IWA shinobi that she had caught in her illusion and rolled away from the sand dune, racing along the outskirts of the battle to another hiding place. As she was running, she felt a skin-blistering heat wash over the area as a bright ball of fire rained down on the IWA shinobi. Some of them tried to run, but a massive stone wall rose up around the battlefield, and they were trapped inside, getting cooked to death by the flames. Eventually, the fire died down, and Sakura watched as Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground, and wooden spikes erupted all over the battleground, stabbing all of the IWA shinobi, dead or alive. Naruto had basically just confirmed almost 60 kills in an instant. It was both scary that he could do something like that so easily and relieving that he was on their side. Brutal, commented Sakura as Naruto approached her. Sasuke was on his way to her location as well. It's us or them, and I choose us, said Naruto as he stomped his foot on the ground, and the wooden spikes all dropped back into the sand-covered ground, leaving no trace of what had caused the mass death. I know, but it still is weird to think that anyone can go about killing this many people without a care in the world, said Sakura. Sasuke grit his teeth and turned his back on her, causing Naruto to grit his teeth and say, let's keep pushing. This was a backup squad of 60. That means most of the IWA forces have already began their assault. Naruto took point again as the three of them ran towards Suna once more, every step getting them closer to this massive presence. The chakra in the air was so angry and seemingly hungry that it washed over the trio of Konoha shinobi with ease, even at their distance. Sakura shivered as she felt the chakra, her nerves getting the best of her until Naruto flared his chakra and the cold, angry presence was replaced with the warm, sunny, relaxed feeling of Naruto's chakra. He barely spared her more than a glance, and she gave him a small smile. Naruto stopped as they approached the edge of the battlefield. The sand was soaked in blood. There were body parts laying randomly. The bitter smell of burnt flesh was in the air. Sakura, I want you and Sasuke to wrap around and make it to Suna. Let them know that we are here. Once you get there, Sasuke, I need you to find a wind user and have them send a blast of wind at your fireball jutsu. It should get whoever is left over, said Naruto, his eyes morphing from blue to forest green. Sasuke and Sakura took off to the right, away from the majority of Iwa's forces, leaving Naruto alone, which was great for him, but terrible for the IWA shinobi forces. Naruto released his chakra, allowing it to flood the air as he forced the IWA forces to pay attention to him. He flashed through hand signs and called out, Mokuton release, containment prison, and when he slammed his hands on the ground, a large wall of wood sprung up and circled the battlefield much like he had done earlier with the earth wall on the 60 reserve IWA shinobi. But this wall was different. As the IWA shinobi tried to climb it, they found that the wood absorbed their chakra and they could scale it or destroy it with anything other than brute strength. The sand inside the containment started to lash out, stabbing and crushing the IWA shinobi with a rigid that made Naruto know that Gaara was nearing his end. Fortunately for Gaara, Naruto saw a giant ball of fire descend on the people in the wooden prison. Unfortunately for the shinobi of IWA, the wind bullets that slammed into the giant fireball from behind made the red flames turn white as the fireball turned firestorm slammed into the remaining forces, and Naruto wrinkled his nose as he smelt the people being cooked alive. He made sure to maintain his wall, trapping all of the IWA shinobi inside with the flames until he was certain everyone was dead. The wood sank back in the ground, and Naruto looked at the charred stains and remains of the IWA shinobi. There was over 100 burnt corpses in front of him, but Naruto was looked past that as the sand rose and swallowed the entire battlefield, burying any and all evidence of the battle. Sasuke and Sakura regrouped with Naruto, the three of them slowly walking up to the great sand walls of Suna. "That battle was a bit too easy," said Sakura. Sasuke shrugged. "Not many people can stand up to the might of elites like us." Naruto shook his head. "This was nothing more than fodder. We slaughter a large amount of genin. I couldn't feel a single chakra level above genin level." Sasuke frowned. "Why would IW send a bunch of genin to attack Suna?" "That's a good question," said a female voice from above, causing the three Konoha shinobi to look up as Temari glided down to them. Naruto let a small smile on his face as he stepped forward and extended his hand to Temari, who extended her hand to shake Naruto's hand. Their hands separated, and Naruto gestured for Sasuke and Sakura to walk over. "It's good to see you again. Wish it could be under better circumstances," said Naruto, with a pointed glance back towards the place where they had just killed over 100 IWA genin. "I agree, but this is the life that we choose," replied Temari, a grim smile on her face. Her clothes were scuffed up and dirty, her skin was caked in sweat, and her chakra levels were low. Naruto nodded, and he turned as the sand next to them rose to reveal Gaara's form. Naruto, smiling at his Chunin exam opponent. "Gaara, it's good to see you. How you been, buddy?" said Naruto with a bright smile on his face. The edges of Gaara's lips twitched, and Temari looked at her brother in amazement. That might as well have been an ear-to-ear grin for her brother. "Uzumaki, I have been well. Our battle has really helped me regain control over Shikaku," said Gaara in a dry and motionless tone. "I've also been able to connect with my siblings for the first time." "That's great to hear," said Naruto as he nodded at Gaara's words. "I actually have something to give to you." Gaara watched as Naruto opened his hand, palm facing the sky, and a wooden circle morphed out of his hand. "If you ever have any issues with the beast inside, or you just want some sleep, put this bracelet on and it will suppress Shikaku until you take it off," said Naruto. Gaara reached out and grasped the wood bracelet with a look of awe on his face, the first emotion that he had shown in years. I don't know how to thank you," said Gaara, his eyes fixed on the wood bracelet that he was now holding in his hands. Even just the touch of it caused the chakra flowing through his hands to get sucked up by the wooden circle. Temari looked at Naruto. "You're too kind. We were enemies not that long ago. Why would you do something like this for us, for Gaara?" Naruto shrugged. "Gaara and I are more alike than anyone will ever know. I can't let someone like us suffer if I can help it." Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, but had so many questions, like how was Naruto like Gaara in any way, shape, or form? "So, when do you think that IWA will mount their real attack?" asked Sasuke. Gaara hummed for a moment. "I'm not sure. They knew that we did not have the manpower to overcome their genin forces. Even with my control over sand, I do not believe we would have won that battle. Suna is much weaker now than any previous point in history." Sasuke chewed over the information. "If you're lacking manpower, that only a couple hundred genin is a serious threat to you guys. What did you guys offer Konoha to get the allegiance back in place?" Gaara said nothing, and Temari shrugged. I don't know. It would have to be something valuable enough that you guys were willing to put the allegiance back in place within a single day. Naruto turned around and looked out at horizon with narrowed eyes, picking up on the familiar feeling of Kakashi in the distance, along with the guy who had half his face covered from Suna, who had been at the Chunin exams. Screams erupted from the masses as flames shot down on them before a strong blast of wind slammed into the flames from behind and supercharged the flames, leaving nothing behind in the limited spot where the flames had managed to hit. It was much smaller than the flames that had scorched the earth less than 10 minutes ago. Sasuke dropped to the ground, falling on his hands and knees, panting heavily as he struggled to draw in air. Breathing fire was a lot harder to do when you're running out of chakra and can feel the burning sensation boiling the air in your lungs. I don't think I have too many more of those left in me, admitted Sasuke to Naruto. Naruto barely paid him a second glance before molding his chakra inside of his body and slamming his hands down on the ground, sending spikes of earth all throughout the battlefield. A gong was heard, and all of the able shinobi retreated for the day, and Naruto dropped to the ground exhausted as well. It seemed like IWA was done for the day, and Naruto really appreciated it, because he wasn't sure how much longer he could last either. Sasuke was low on chakra, and he couldn't take any more soldier pills to boost his chakra either. He had already taken 2 of them, and a third would be risking his coils. Chakra was meant to flow freely like water in a river, but the chakra generated by the soldier pills was harsh, coarse, and cold. It was unnatural for the body, and extended use of that pill-generated chakra over your regular chakra could leave scratches on your chakra coils, leaving them weaker over time. "You're gassed, huh?" stated Sasuke. Sasuke was correct in his estimation. Naruto knew that he was getting closer to running on fumes than he would have liked to admit. But there was a reason that it had been spikes of earth rather than spikes of wood. He didn't have the chakra to create that many wood spikes. Sure, the wood spikes would have absorbed the chakra of whoever they hit, but it was a matter of hitting the right target. Anyone who had enough chakra worth stealing wouldn't have been caught off guard by a spike to begin with. Sakura is still back at the village with Kakashi. I think it's time that we return back to Suna, as well as Sasuke, suggested Naruto as he climbed back to his feet and offered his hand to Sasuke, pulling the Uchiha back up to his feet. I think it's insane how many Genin and Chunin that IWA have to throw at us. Wave after wave of disposable shinobi is unheard of, said Sasuke, as he started to walk alongside of Naruto. It actually is kind of scary, because if they have this much fodder, imagine what they're holding back. Their goal to wear down Suna might have worked if we didn't arrive when we did, admitted Naruto. You don't seem all that torn up about being in Suna, noted Sasuke, a sly smile on his face. The weather is not as bad as they make it out to be. Sure, it's hot, but I'd rather be hot than cold. Plus, once you get the hang of controlling your chakra, you can push away the sand with ease, replied Naruto. So, it has nothing to do with the blonde girl with 4 ponytails, the same girl who wields that giant metal fan, questioned Sasuke. Naruto stopped walking and blinked at Sasuke's question. Huh? I guess she's nice enough, but what does Temari have to do with anything? Naruto, half of Suna uses a fan and is blonde. Nobody named anyone, teased Sasuke, ignoring the heated glare that Naruto directed his way. At least I can talk to a girl. Half the village thinks you're asexual, and the other half thinks you're gay, counter Naruto. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Sasuke scoffed. I'm cautious, if anything. Itachi left me alive. But who's to say that he would leave a girlfriend or wife alive? What about future children? If I'm not strong enough to stop him from taking away my family a second time, there is no point in starting a family. Fair point, said Naruto, as Sasuke did make some good points. Itachi was a unique individual. There is no reason to try and understand what the genocidal Uchiha would or would not allow for Sasuke to do at this point. So, what do you think is the next move for IWA? Asked Sasuke after they walked back to Suna in silence for a couple of minutes. I'm not sure. I might be a Chunin, but I am only slightly more experienced in combat than you, admitted Naruto. I honestly believe that they were hoping to tire out Suna with their waves, Suna is weaker than ever, and yet you and I have destroyed their attack forces so far. We're getting tried ourselves, though, said Sasuke. Maybe, but Gaara is doing his best with his sand to keep any of their forces. They can't enter the city, and we've held this outpost by ourselves for 3 days. Whatever they had planned, it hasn't worked. If I was them, I would be circling around and attack from the southeast instead of trying to directly march towards Suna, said Naruto. Said Sasuke, unclear of how to reply to that. While he and Naruto were clearly way more skilled than the IWA, Genin, and rare Chunin that had been sent against them, he didn't know how he would react to continued defeat. That was a bit of a lie. Sasuke knew that if he was getting his ass handed to him over and over again by a pair of 13-year-old boys, he would be absolutely furious. But, then again, he was not the leader of an army. Glancing up at the afternoon sky, Sasuke was regretting wearing a black shirt as it was rather hot in his opinion. Suna was still a long ways away too, another unfortunate fact in his opinion. And since he was so low on chakra, he couldn't even channel chakra through his feet to keep the hot-ass sand out of his sandals. And worst of all, Naruto wasn't walking super slow either. He was walking like he needed to be somewhere. And Sasuke knew that if he complained to Naruto, he would simply move faster and force Sasuke to keep up with him. The Mokuton user was a giant asshole, but then again, he was a Senju. The one thing Sasuke knew about the Senju was that per his father, the only good Senju was a dead one. Suna, Temari. Manning the wall was one of the most important jobs in the Suna shinobi force at the moment. That is why Temari made it her job to be up here as much as possible, because sadly she was one of the strongest remaining shinobi left in the village. Well, that and the fact that nobody wanted to be up here more than a few minutes with Gaara. The red-haired boy had been up here since the first attack. His body and mind were used to going day after day without sleeping. He didn't eat much. Nobody in Suna was overly water-dependent. He was practically built for this task. They'll be fine, said Gaara, pulling her out of her thoughts. Who? She couldn't help but ask who he was referring to. Both of her brothers were in the village. The pair of Konoha shinobi. They aren't going to fall to the weak masses of the IWA shinobi, answered Gaara. They're not my concern right now, Gaara dismissed Temari. I need to make sure that the village is still standing until my last breath leaves my body. Interesting. I can hear your heartbeat skip, stated Gaara. Lying to me is impossible. You might not care for the Uchiha, but what about the blonde Konoha boy? The question was a loaded one. She was really unsure if she liked him all that much. He had been sweat to her so far, and he had given her the desert rose back in Konoha. And he had gone out of his way not to kill Gaara, even giving him a method to sleep if Gaara chose to. But he was not part of her village. She was unsure of what to make of him without spending more time with him. And not on the battlefield, but in a more normal setting. Unfortunately, they were shinobi and would most likely never get that chance. He's very nice, but I'm unsure of what to really make of him, said Temari honestly. I find him to be attractive, but I don't know him well enough to really sway one way or the other. He likes you, said Gaara. He does, asked Temari. How do you know? He asked me if you were involved with anyone, replied Gaara. I told him that you were involved with the village and your family only, but you had no male suitors at this time. Temari's right eye twitched. We're at war, and you're trying to find me a boyfriend? Gaara was not fazed by her anger. Yes, and Uzumaki is the best possible choice for you. He is strong enough to protect you should the occasion arise. You seem to have a lot of respect for him, noted Temari. Yes, he was able to not only defeat me, but also the demon inside of me. There is nobody I hold in higher regard than Uzumaki, confirmed Gaara. You sure you don't have a crush on him? Teased Temari. Gaara blinked. Uzumaki might be attractive, but he is not my type. I like them a little more female. The edges of his lips bent upwards, a slight smile on his usually emotionless face. Temari is second to realize that her brother had just made a joke, resulting in her smiling as well. As the sun started to set over Suna, Gaara stiffened and said a group approaches from the northeast. Temari readied her fan, unsure of how an enemy force managed to get so close. only to relax as she realized it was a group of Konoha Chunin, which was a massive relief. Temari was as prideful as any other shinobi in the world from any other nation, but she was prideful, not delusional. She knew that the average Konoha Chunin was easily worth more than the average Suna Chunin. And if she was going to be really honest about the situation of her village, probably worth more than the average Suna Jonin at that moment. As a result of the failed invasion, the massacre of their forces in the failed invasion, and the death of their Kage at the hands of Tsunade and Naruto had caused Suna to give out a lot of promotions. She was part of that massive overlay of promotions, bumping up from a Jinin to the Chunin rank. Her brother Gara was on the very short list for the next Kazekage, a boy who had suffered defeat at the same boy who had helped kill their father, the same boy who Gara wanted her to date. How badly did Naruto beat her brother? Gara glanced at her. Shall I go down there to meet them, or do you want to? The question was a little troubling to her. She was a Chunin, and while the daughter of the previous Kazekage, she was not the leading shinobi of her village. It was probably Baki-sensei, or maybe even her brother Gara. Gara took her silence as a negative response and disappeared in a burst of sand off the top of the wall, reappearing on the ground in front of their walls in a similar burst of sand, waiting for the Konoha Chunin. Looking off to the west where she sensed the warm, fluffy, yet intense chakra of Naruto, followed by the burning, icy feeling of what she knew to be the Uchiha. The Uchiha had a strong chakra feeling as well. She didn't need to be that advanced of a sensor to feel the strength of the raven-haired boy. But he still fell quite short of his fellow Konoha Chunin companion at the moment. Actually, now that she was focusing, the Uchiha was dangerously low on chakra despite the strength of what he did have. Even Naruto felt closer to empty than she thought possible, but unlike his teammate, she could feel his chakra rising up. With Gara already joined by Baki, so Temari unraveled her fan and used her chakra to float down to meet the Uzumaki Uchiha duo. Sasuke's arm was slung over Naruto's shoulders, and they were clearly exhausted. Naruto's tired face twisted into a sloppy, tired smile upon seeing her. Sasuke, elbowing Naruto, made her raise an eyebrow, but she ignored it. "You guys are back," she said, "and in good shape, too." Sasuke puffed up his chest. It will take more than that type of trash to take down an Uchiha elite. Naruto rolled his eyes and released Sasuke's arm, causing the Uchiha to collapse to the ground. "Oh no, the Uchiha elite has been defeated by gravity," said Naruto jokingly. "I fucking hate you," groaned Sasuke as he struggled to pick himself up from the ground until Naruto picked him up by the back of his shirt and lifted him up with his raw physical strength, letting his friend get his legs back under him. Sasuke swayed on his feet, but did not fall down again. Glaring at his blonde teammate, Sasuke left with a HN and slowly made his way back to Suna. "He has an attitude issue." "Sorry about that," said Naruto. Temari shrugged. "Don't worry about it. My teammates are assholes too." "Aren't they your brothers?" asked Naruto. "My teammates are assholes as well," confirmed Temari. Naruto just nodded in understanding. His former teammates and him had been much closer, but Sakura and Sasuke had wormed their way into his heart somehow. "I get it," said Naruto as he shuffled from foot to foot. "Gara was mentioning you today. Has a lot of respect for you," mumbled Temari. "I have a lot of respect for him as well. Anyone willing to invade another village for the fate of their own village, and especially one that hasn't always treated him the best, clearly cares about either the village or people in it. I think that despite the way that he was treated, he wanted to do what was best for you guys," said Naruto before he shrugged. "Or maybe he just really wanted to kill some people." Temari swung her fan at Naruto, who caught it with a grunt. Temari frowned, as usually the heavy fan was a surefire way to deal with annoying boys. "This is actually way heavier than I thought," commented Naruto as Temari stopped trying to crush him with the fan. "Are you ready for what is to come?" asked Naruto as they slowly made their way back to Suna. Sasuke was already inside of the city, which was good because Naruto knew that he would need a solid chakra massage to help ease him back into generating chakra. I want to say yes, but we wouldn't really know if I am ready until it happens, replied Temari. I don't want to say that I know that I can do it when I might not be able to. Suna is very fragile at this moment. I'm not sure how long we can last. As Naruto and Temari were basically inside the opening to Suna, Kakashi was standing there with Baki, both of them clearly having heard the reply from Temari based on the somber looks on their face. You are quite correct, Temari, said Baki. However, Suna is no longer your problem as of yesterday. What? Asked Temari. The council wanted to simply give you a scroll to explain the situation, but I have too much respect for you to simply hand you a scroll, said Baki. In order to get Konoha's assistance for this upcoming war, we had to reinstate the alliance by any means. That meant giving them some of our jutsu, but also they wanted a person in exchange for the 20 chunin. But there was something that the council felt we had to offer to Konoha to make sure that the deal got done, said Baki, as Temari hung onto his every word. It was you, Temari, concluded Baki. You were offered in a political marriage as a bargaining chip with Naruto Uzumaki. It was the only way to save Suna. I'm sorry we failed you. Temari was absolutely taken back. She was sold off to save her village. She had always known that this was a possibility, but for it to actually happen to her was something she never thought would happen. I don't know what to say, stammered Temari. I understand this is hard to process, but I'll be with you every step of the way, said Kakashi. Temari glanced at Naruto. His eyes looked onto Kakashi with a look that clearly said they would be having words later. But at the moment, Temari wasn't worried about their discussion. She took in Naruto. He was 2 years younger than her at the age of 13. She had just turned 15, so the age gap wouldn't matter in 5, 10, 15 years. He wasn't unattractive, with his faded whisker marks and his goofy smile, his nice eyes. The blonde hair was a plus. He was strong, the kind of person who would protect her and any potential kid that they might have. He had been kind to her so far, and she knew that her own strength was definitely a reason they wanted to pair the two of them together. Her eyes very briefly glanced over the sandy walls of Suna, and she felt a heat balloon in her stomach. Suna was her home. She loved it with all of her heart. She remembered being little before her mom died and spending time with her, growing up with Kankuro, losing Gaara to his darkness only for Naruto to save him. It felt like she would be missing out on so much. But then again, if she refused, Suna wouldn't exist anymore, and could she live with that? She could visit here if she went with Naruto, but if she said no, they die here within a couple of months. It was hard to think like this. It was hard to do anything but feel like this was massively unfair to her. However, she saw the concern on Naruto's face, and she couldn't help but think that there were worse people to spend the rest of your life with. Baki opened his mouth to say something, but Temari cut him off. I'll do it if it means saving Suna. I'll marry him. But I stay in Suna until we are certain that it's safe to leave, and I get to visit as much as I want to. Kakashi frowned under his mask, but Baki nodded. Of course, I will send Lady Tsunade the hawk at once, telling that you agree to marry Naruto Uzumaki. Temari thanked him before grabbing Naruto by the wrist and pulling him into the city, leading him. She didn't need to marry him, Baki tissed Kakashi. That was very underhanded. I know, but you have to understand, Temari is extremely loyal to Suna. I was going to tell her that the marriage wasn't needed to make the alliance work, just her becoming a Konoha shinobi, but she had already made up her mind to do it, said Baki. She's a fiery one, noted Kakashi. Does my cute little former student even stand a chance with her? Baki chuckled. She's going to bite him, chew his soul up, and spit out his lifeless husk. Kakashi laughed as he remembered Minato with Kushina, the quite meek blonde man with unparalleled strength, getting ragdolled by the angry red-haired beauty. Maybe it was something genetic for them, but Naruto needed someone strong enough to take care of themselves as well as hold him in check when he did something less than intelligent. And for all the natural strength and ability that his Mokutan-using student had, he was still a little naive and innocent about the way the world worked, probably due to his heavily sheltered life. Kakashi watched Temari continue pulling on Naruto until they disappeared around a corner, and he turned to Baki. I'm going to check on one of my students at the hospital. he's experienced some pain due to overusing food pills. You make sure to send that letter. Inform Tsunade that Temari will marry Naruto, and make sure to mention that Temari choose it on her own, said Kakashi before disappearing in puff of smoke after Baki nodded. Temari continued to pull Naruto, the various people all stopping to look and point at Temari and Naruto. Naruto was used to this in Konoha, so he wasn't all that bothered by it. Finally, they stopped at a small cafe, and Temari blushed as she realized that she had just manhandled Naruto for close to 4 minutes. She released his wrist and said, "I'm sorry that Konoha and Suna basically sold us off to each other. I'm sure that you had other hopes for your future wife." She was fishing for information, like was the cute blonde in front of her involved with anyone else? Was she stealing him from someone else? Naruto blinked as he was taken back by the statement. No, not really. Ever since I unlocked the Mokutan ability, people just want to kiss my ass. I refuse to get involved with anyone who is a doormat because of my ancestors. Temari nodded. She could understand that mindset, because it was part of why it had been hard for her to date in the past. Being the daughter of the Kazekage had as many downsides as it had perks. Oh, and Gaara was a murderous, unstable, moody person who had to be in her life that really limited the dating options in life. Temari was very pleased when Naruto lifted the flap to the cafe and gestured to her to walk through first. It was nice to be treated like girl, even if it was with someone who had been arranged to marry her. She took a seat at a small table in the corner, and Naruto joined her shortly after as she looked over the menu, as if she didn't know exactly what she was going to get. But this would give Naruto a chance to go over the menu as well, while giving her time to study him as well. "I think I want the lemon ginger tea," said Naruto after a moment. "Why that one?" asked Temari. "I like lemon, and ginger is really good for your stomach," answered Naruto. "I always get the orange zest tea," said Temari. Naruto made a humming sound before he nodded at something. "Okay, I'll get it as well then." "Why?" "Because we're in this together, and if that means having a fake like some potentially nasty tea, I should start practicing now," said Naruto. And Temari just smiled. Naruto's forest green eyes looked out at the new forest that he had created along the edge of Suna's border. The greenery filled to the brim with the dead body of Iwa, Jinin, and Chunin that attempted to ambush him during his border duty with Temari and some other Suna shinobi, but they were not as well off as he was in the moment. Thus, he ended the fight with a massive burst of chakra, an impressive display of power, and the creation of a new forest. The idea was to allow the Suna shinobi to retain whatever chakra they had left, as they had been traveling for 3 weeks nonstop now. "You didn't have to do that," commented Temari as her teal eyes remained looked on the destruction that Naruto had unleashed. "Maybe," admitted Naruto as he scratched his cheek with his right hand, that was once again wrapped tightly in bandages for some reason that escaped Temari. His eyes slowly morphed back to their blue color as he looked at her. She had not been up his ass during this border patrol mission, but she had remained close to him for the most part. She had even planted her sleeping roll next to his every night when they had taken the time to sleep. "You didn't do it to show off for little old me, did you?" asked Temari as she bat her eyelashes at him, her hands gripping her fan in the case that he provided the wrong answer. "No, I did not believe that you should waste your time, energy, or chakra on such fodder," answered Naruto honestly, his face taking on an innocent look as smile at her. "He's cute." Temari smiled back at him. The 13-year-old male was hers, due to the treaty that was being offered between Suna and Konoha. It helped that she kind of liked the Mokutan user beforehand, his bright blue eyes that looked at her with carefree calmness. The fluffy feeling that his chakra gave as it washed over the surrounding area when he was relaxed. The way his eyes glowed with power as they morphed into the dark forest green as he unleashed the legendary power of the first Hokage. Naruto was a nice enough guy as well, which made it not that big of a deal to give up her romantic freedom to save her village. He was strong, sweet, and not ugly. Was probably going to be better than whoever she would have ended up with. And if the amount of chakra he had along with the amount of energy he possessed she would be well taken care of when things became more adult at some point down the line. We should be heading back sometime soon, called out one of the Suna Jonin assigned to this border patrol mission. That raised the spirits of the entire group of 17, 16 coming from Suna and Naruto who had decided to tag along. Nobody had built up to nerve to tell him that he probably shouldn't have come, as his presence and power would have been better suited protecting Suna, as Gaara started to establish the sand-based barriers needed to protect the village. Again, Naruto had defeated Gaara in battle, so when he showed up to go with them, nobody said anything. Temari glanced back at the forest. The tall trees would provide a bunch of shade in the future for Suna. Maybe she could get Naruto to create some parks in Suna for the children that live there. A break from the harsh desert sun would be nice and enjoyed by everyone, including herself. But she would bring it up when they were closer to home. Home. That word felt so weird to say or think, as with every passing day, it was more likely that she was getting closer to her last day of Suna being her home. There was also the chance that it could be destroyed, but she preferred not to think of that. With Sasuke and Sakura, both of them felt a nervous energy as they walked through the gates of Konoha, their assignment with Suna over with for the moment. But with the war on the horizon, they both knew that sooner than later, things would be ramping up. They had already dealt with a sizable amount of IWA, Genin, and Chunin so far. They had also started to see more and more Odo shinobi mixed into their forces, which made Sasuke feel the sealed mark on his neck pulsing with each new Odo shinobi that they encountered. Not bothering to do anything but make their way straight to the office of the Hokage, they were greeted by a chaotic building full of people running around, nobody paying attention to them. They made their way up to the door of the Hokage's office, and Sasuke took the lead and knocked for them. Enter. They did so and saw a rather relaxed-looking Tsunade sitting at her desk. The paperwork there, unlike the rest of the building, was picture-perfect. The room smelled of vanilla and lemon, and Sasuke's sharp eyes noted that everything was as clean as humanly possible. Chunin Uchiha and Genin Haruno, back from Suna already, noted Tsunade. Without my brat of a cousin. Sakura held back a giggle at the causal manner at which Tsunade referred to Naruto, but she had also seen Tsunade slap their teammate for being naive and dumb before. Sasuke stepped forward, taking charge as his higher rank would demand in this type of situation. Yes, Lady Tsunade. It seems that Kakashi and Naruto stayed back to continue with the arrangement of a deal of some sorts and sent us back to Konoha. Tsunade shook her head as she released a scoff in disbelief. The brat gets engaged to the princess of another village, and he refers to it as a deal of some sorts to his teammates? I will have to smack some manners into him the next time I see him. Naruto's engaged, gasped Sakura. Yes, to Temari of the hidden sand village, confirmed Tsunade. Sasuke felt a lurch of jealousy bubble up inside of his stomach at the thought of Naruto being given such a strong shinobi partner. Why is it always him? When are things going to shake my way for once? Tsunade continued on to say, I offered my cousin as a sign of good faith that we will aid Suna in their time of need, but also to make sure the alliance is airtight this time. Suna will have lineage on this side, and Konoha will have lineage on that side. It made sense to Sasuke and Sakura, but that didn't mean that either of them had to like it. Sasuke wanted someone who could clearly take care of themselves like Temari, and Sakura was hurt that Naruto didn't tell either of them about this new development. Neither of you were on Naruto's original team, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't going to tell you. I believe he is more interested in making sure that Temari is okay with the idea of being with him, added Tsunade as she read their faces. That made things okay with Sakura, but Sasuke still carried a bad taste in his mouth from the concept of an arranged marriage. He barely heard them get dismissed, and Sakura said she would see him later as she wanted to check in with her parents. That left him alone, walking through the busy streets, the people waving at him politely, but nobody called out to him by name. It had been that way since the massacre. Everyone was polite to him, sometimes giving him 3 to 5% off items and goods, but nobody treated him like he was special. Nobody seemed to actually care about him. He arrived at the edge of his clan's former compound. The The large arc that once proudly said Uchiha was faded, the paint chipped and the words sanded down by time. Was that what was happening with me? Am I lessening the Uchiha name by not being more? By not being better? Sasuke felt anger and disappointment well up inside of his chest as he looked at the old busted-down sign, the former gateway to his clan. The vast quietness and emptiness of the compound was haunted by the ghost of those that he had lost. He could still see it as he walked through the once-filled streets, see his cousins waving at each other as they walked through the streets. Ma would offer small samples of her baked goods to all the children who would come visit her at her bakery. Yuki would be in the back, working hard under her mother. O&M would be leaping from rooftop to rooftop, the young man late, as always, like a distant cousin was always said to be. Children screeching as they ran through the streets, weave in and out of the crowd, playing ninja. Sasuke walked through the ghost memories of his family, feeling an ocean of nothingness rise up inside of his body. He had been robbed of the loving family that he had, by the person he had been closest to when he still had a family. Arriving at his house, he walked around back and into the training ground, before punching the wooden dummy with enough force to crack the wood. His fist throbbed with pain, but he had managed to avoid breaking his hand like he had upon returning from the mission to the Land of Waves. Sasuke was so absorbed in pounding the training post that he almost missed it, their chakra suppressed, but not completely. His mouth shot out flames as he whirled around at the same time that they dropped down behind him. His Sharingan spun to life, the world growing brighter and everything slowing down for him as he watched chakra build up, earth chakra, inside of one of their hands before it was used to push aside the flames that he had unleashed on them. The explosion as the blast of flames hit the ground created a dust cloud, but they didn't press any advantage against him. No, they waited for the cloud to clear, remaining where they were as they continued to look at Sasuke, all of them wearing a confident smirk. How strong are these guys that they aren't even trying to press an advantage against me? I was blind with the dust cloud, yet they weren't worried about me at all. It was concerning to Sasuke as he took in the 4 people in front of him, although his Sharingan was picking up a total of 5 different chakra systems. 2 of them were deeply intertwined, but still separate. The one with the twin chakra system had fair skin and straight, dark blue hair, with long bangs that covered an eye. He wore a green shade of lipstick and had dark markings around his eye. He also appeared to have a second head wood protruding from the back of his upper back and hanged limply. Attire was a black shirt under brown tunics with long sleeves and bore the symbol of the Sound 4 on the hem, and black skin-tight shorts. They wore black arm warmers, traditional black shinobi sandals with calf-length leg warmers covered by bandages, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist that everyone before him wore. "Nice to meet you, but you're a long way from Oto," noted Sasuke. "Indeed, we are," greeted the twin chakra system person. "My name is Sakan, leader of the Sound 4. "And I care why?" questioned Sasuke as he realized this person was in fact a boy. "Because we were sent by Lord Orochimaru to come and extend an offer to you," said the lone female, a fair-skinned girl with a slender build and is the shortest member of the Sound 4. She had brown eyes that were accentuated by her eyelashes extending into the corners of her eyes. She looked fine enough to Sasuke, but the unladylike snarl on her face was a little off-putting. She also wore a black shirt under a tan tunic with elbow-length sleeves and bore the symbol of the Sound 4 on the hem, and black skin-tight shorts. She wore black arm warmers, traditional black shinobi sandals with calf-length leg warmers covered by bandages. "Enough, Taiya," hissed Sakan. "You will give away too much information." "I think I've heard enough," stated Sasuke. "Leave now before I force you to." Taiya laughed, and the freak with 6 arms threw his head back as he let out a hissing crackle, the fat one bending over as he wheezed. These fuckers were not taking him seriously. Did they not know who he was? He was Sasuke Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf Village, Chunin and heir to the founding clan. Lightning crackled from his hands as it shot out like a sword instantly, slicing into Sakon's stomach as it closed the distance from Sasuke to Sakon in less than the time it took to blink. That stopped the laughter as they realized Sasuke had effortlessly taken out their leader. But there was no gasps of shock or horror. They just stopped laughing at him and his declaration. What was going on? Sasuke's eyes picked up the second chakra system in Sakon start to move and shift. The wound healing around his blade of lightning before a burst of chakra canceled it, and the lump on Sakon's back moved and revealed a second head that glared at Sasuke, saying dryly, "Ouch, that hurt." "Be nice to the young boy, Yukon," said Sakon in a mocking tone, his eyes locked on Sasuke's form. "We don't want to hurt his feelings." "What the hell do you people want from me?" hissed Sasuke. "We want for you to take your rightful place beside Lord Orochimaru," answered Sakon, as if it was obvious. "We know that he gave you a curse mark already. I can feel the suppressed power form here." Sasuke scoffed. "The power of the mark is nothing special. It's not worth the chakra it burns through." The fat one looked at Sasuke with a sneer. "That's because you only have level 1. That caught Sasuke's interest as the curse mark still made him more powerful. But if this was just the first step, then clearly it meant that there was more power to be squeezed out of it. "What's the catch?" asked Sasuke. Sakon smirked. "There's no catch. Lord Orochimaru wants to restore the Uchiha clan to its former glory, but under the banner of the Hidden Sound Village." That wasn't the dumbest thing Sasuke had ever heard, but it also felt like an incomplete answer. He was not a Chunin for Konoha, because it was pretty face. There had to be more to the story. "Why does Orochimaru want to rebuild the Uchiha clan in his new village?" questioned Sasuke. "Because he hates Itachi, and he knows that training you to beat him will drive Itachi crazy in the long run," said Sakon. Sasuke felt his heart skip a beat as he heard his brother's name. Orochimaru was not someone to take lightly. He was a Sannin and someone who in theory would be on equal footing with Itachi. And he wanted to train him personally? "Orochimaru has an issue with my brother?" asked Sasuke. "Lord Orochimaru has more than an issue with your brother, Sasuke," said a new voice from behind Sasuke. Sasuke whirled around to see Kabuto standing there, a confident smirk on his face as he looked at Sasuke. "What do you mean?" asked Sasuke. "What I mean is that Lord Orochimaru and Itachi crossed paths, and they fought," answered Kabuto, his smirk growing into an ear-to-ear grin before he told a lie he thought would seal the deal. It ended with both of them fleeing for their lives. Sasuke felt a tightness grow in his chest. Orochimaru had managed to tie Itachi in battle. That was something nobody here in the Leaf could do as far as he was concerned. Kakashi was probably the best bet, with Tsunade being less combat inclined. Maybe Jiraiya could have given the chance to fight his brother in a one-on-one. But Orochimaru did it. He had seen the man since after the fight. "Take a week to decide, Sasuke," said Kabuto as he motioned for the sound for it to disappear, leaving just Sasuke and him in the training ground. "Lord Orochimaru knows what your goal in life is, Sasuke. He knows that you want to defeat Itachi by any means necessary. He is willing to train you, build you up, give you the tools to make that dream a reality," continued Kabuto. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and destroy a certain somebody." Sasuke felt the shards of icy rage build in his stomach as he remembered how he had introduced himself to Team 7 when they had been assigned to Kakashi. A lot had happened since then. Kizo had died on the Land of Waves mission. He had met Naruto, who had helped him push him to train better and harder. Nobody here in this village is going to try to help you accomplish your mission. Sasuke, you know that. You have to understand that it goes against their will of fire beliefs. They do not believe in revenge. They do not believe in getting equal. Look at the Senju clan. It is down to an old lady and her lone cousin. This village allowed for not just the Senju clan to die for them, but they did the same thing for the Uchiha clan. You guys built this entire village for them. Yet when you guys needed some help, any help, they ignored you. They washed their hands of you as if you weren't the founding members of the village. Sasuke took in Kabuto's words and barely noticed as the glass-wearing man melted away, leaving the young Uchiha alone in his thoughts. Is there anyone in this village who actually cares about what happened to us? Where's the revenge for what happened to us? Where's Itachi's head on a spike for what was done to us? They don't care, do they? With Naruto, they made it back to the hidden sand village in a little over 2 days, but Naruto was not overly tired yet. Temari was sleeping soundly inside of her shared house with her brothers, but Naruto sat on the top of the wall by himself. The patrolling Suna shinobi barely gave him more than a short glance as they passed him on their stroll around the top of their wall. Naruto felt his chakra pop up a second before he appeared in a small burst of smoke. "Hey, is that how you grate your sensei?" asked Kakashi. "Yeah," said Naruto as he smiled brightly up at the silver-haired Jonin. "How are you feeling?" asked Kakashi. "Like things are moving much too fast for me to understand what is going on," admitted Naruto. "The war or being engaged?" asked Kakashi. "Both." Kakashi reached down and put his right hand on top of Naruto's head. "It's okay to not know what's going on." "Really?" "Yes. I was only 13 years old when I was made a Jonin in the middle of the last war. Minato-sensei wasn't sure that I was ready. But when shit hits the fan, you have to grow up fast in the middle of war," confirmed Kakashi. "How did you handle it?" Kakashi shrugged. "We all cope with the job in different ways, Naruto. You have a lot to look forward to." Naruto nodded as he felt a massive surge in chakra in the distance and leapt to his feet. "What is that?" "I don't know," admitted Kakashi before they both jumped down as a massive wave of water appeared out of nowhere and threatened to overtake the entire hidden sand village. At the same time, Naruto and Kakashi slammed their hands down to create a massive mud wall that barely managed to absorb the tsunami that had just appeared and threatened the village. "Look at that Itachi. That looks like the brat we're looking for," said a confident voice from the top of the wall of mud. Naruto looked up and saw a pair of people wearing black robes with red clouds. One was blue-skinned, with blue spiky hair and a heavily bandaged bundle that had a handle on his back. The other looked really familiar, the long silky black hair, the pale skin, the fucking red and black eyes. Another glance over both of them showed him that both of these people had slashed through headbands, the sign of rogue shinobi. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, the tailless beast, and one of the former 7 swordsmen of the mist, said Kakashi, his voice devoid of emotion, but the respect in these two was still there. "Kakashi Hitaki, the copycat shinobi," noted Kisame. "You're well known throughout the world, too." "What are you doing here?" asked Kakashi as Naruto felt chakra bubble up ever so slightly inside of Itachi's eyes. "It is none of your concern, Kakashi," stated Itachi coldly. "Leave now, and you shall be spared. Naruto Uzumaki is the one that we have come for." Naruto felt his body stiffen at that, but Kakashi never hesitated to say, "Over my dead body." Kisame smirked with delight. "That's what I was hoping you would say." Kisame launched himself down towards Kakashi and Naruto, but was blasted back by the shockwave let out by Naruto, releasing his control over his chakra. Naruto's blue eyes morphed into the deep forest green, and he glared up at Itachi. Kisame was grinning more than before, his eyes gleaming with delight as he showed off his rows of spiky teeth. "Which one do you want, Itachi? Give me my old A&BU partner. You take the brat." Kisame crackled with excitement as he rushed at Naruto, swinging his bandaged sword off his back. Naruto put his hand up and Kisame's smiling stopped when the blade halted upon meeting Naruto's hand. "My sword absorbs chakra," hissed Kisame as he strained to apply more pressure to Naruto. "How are you amplifying your strength like this?" "Amplifying? This is natural," replied Naruto before he tapped his foot and chakra leaked out of his foot and a tree popped out of the ground beneath Kisame, forcing him to leap away to prevent being captured. Kisame used his scaled sword to block the follow-up punch from the rushing Naruto that was pressing him, but that Naruto exploded into a snare of wooden binds upon making contact with the sword. "This kid ain't half bad," noted Kisame as he broke through the binds with some effort, starting to weave through hand signs before he shot water bullets at Naruto, who weaved in and out of the attack, stalking ever closer to Kisame. There was a screeching sound, and Kisame hissed as he was grazed by a lightning-covered hand, the world around him fading as he was brought out of the Jinjutsu by the pain. Itachi was holding his bleeding right eye as he had burned away the wooden binds that had allowed for Kisame to be captured. "I fell for such a basic combo," snarled Kisame as he leapt back to stand beside Itachi, his left side spasming from the lightning-induced gash that Kakashi weaved through hand signs and flames shot at them, forcing them to split up. Kisame whirled as Naruto's hand, which had turned into a giant wooden mallet, slammed into his sword. He tripped Naruto and batted him away, only for him to melt into wood as he had substituted with a clone in time. Sand rose from the ground and threatened to swallow both of Kisame and Itachi as they saw Gaara standing over the top of the wall that surrounded Suna. The sand pushed them both back out, hundreds of yards from the village, and Itachi and Kisame looked at the trio of shinobi before them. "Naruto is much more formidable than we were led to believe, and the power of the Mokuton is not to be underestimated," admitted Itachi. "Nor do we want to deal with Gaara of the Sand on his home turf without a more appropriate plan." "What we do now?" asked Kisame. "We retreat for now, use the information from our brief scuffle here, and report back to Leader Sama," said Itachi. Kisame growled at the thought of retreating, but nodded as they both slowly caught fire and melted away, leaving behind the pair of ranged shinobi that they had been using as puppets in this fight. Naruto frowned, and Kakashi lowered his headband to cover his Sharingan. They had come sooner than Jiraiya had believed that they would. That meant that they would have to up Naruto's training sooner than later. A group of 10 S-ranked shinobi was something that Naruto could not beat in his current state, but perhaps with some personal training from himself and Jiraiya, they could mold Naruto into someone who would maybe have a chance. Gaara appeared in a burst of sand, standing beside the two of them, his soft green eyes glaring out into the vastness of the desert, his arms crossed in front of his chest like usual. He seemed to be moodier than normal, but that was not saying much. "Why did they come here to my village?" asked Gaara, his words spoken so softly and quietly, yet there was a rage behind the words that made Naruto's hair stand on end. "They're members of the Akatsuki, a group of 10 rogue shinobi who seek to capture the 9 Jinchuriki or the tailed beast for some reason or another," said Kakashi, "but they are years ahead of schedule, according to what Jiraiya has told me." Gaara's face didn't change, but he looked troubled. "Tell me everything that you can about them." Kakashi nodded, and the two of them walked off together, with Naruto not listening but trailing behind. Konoha. News had come overnight that Itachi Uchiha and another S-ranked rogue ninja had attacked Suna the previous evening. News of them being driven off by Naruto, Kakashi, and Gaara had also spread throughout the village. Sasuke couldn't even hit the training dummy, his hands balled up in anger so great that it activated his Sharingan. How could this be? How could Naruto be so far ahead of me? How could Kakashi and Gaara be of any use against someone like him? This village really is holding out on me. The strongest in the village are people who they choose to help. Where's my help? Where's my clan's justice? Where's the need to help me get my revenge? If fucking Naruto is strong enough to actually be of use in a fight against Itachi and another shinobi on his level, then he's been holding back on me. How long has Naruto been laughing at me? How long has he been laughing at my efforts? Watching my training with that stupid fucking smirk on his face, knowing that I'm so far behind that it doesn't even matter what I do. This village is pathetic. This village is full of weak-minded cowards who allowed my clan to be slaughtered like animals. The Uchiha clan deserves more than this. It deserves to be great again. It deserves to be full once more and not here in this pathetic village. Sasuke's curse mark broke through the seal that Kakashi had placed on it as he gave in his anger, and by the time he packed a backpack to leave, the sound for it had already arrived, ready to escort him to his new home in Orochimaru. Sakura jerked away and looked up at the full moon. It was still nighttime. Her form was pressed against the cold stone bench that had been next to where Sasuke had been standing. The pounding and pain along the back of her head reminded her of why she had woken up on the bench. "I'm leaving Sakura," stated Sasuke as he stood with his back to her, book bag on his back. "This village has disrespected my clan one too many times. I cannot stay here and get what I desire." "You would leave after all we've been through?" asked Sakura. "I have to. This village will never let me reach the level. I need to be able to face Itachi." "What about me?" asked Sakura. "What about Kizo who died for you?" Sasuke stiffened. "I'm sorry, Sakura. Maybe one day I can return, but at this moment, I need to get stronger, and that will never happen here." "And if I stop you?" asked Sakura. "Why don't you come with me?" asked Sasuke. "Orochimaru is a Sannin. He is one of the strongest in the world. Join us. Join me, and we can become the strongest in the world together." "I would rather die than betray the village," spat Sakura as she recoiled in disgust and shock. "I will not disgrace Kizo by leaving the village he loved." Sasuke shook his head before he blurred away and appeared behind Sakura. "Goodbye, Sakura." The world went black as she felt something slam into her head. Waking up, she raced over to the Hokage Tower and burst through the door, ignoring the ANBU that dropped from the ceiling, swords in hand, to cut her down. "Haruno, you better have a great reason for coming into my office in such a manner at this ungodly time," hissed Tsunade as she tiredly rubbed her eyes, followed by a yawn. "Sasuke Uchiha has left the village to join Orochimaru," blurted out Sakura. Tsunade blinked before all tiredness left her face. "And you get me all available forces that we can spar at once. We need to get ahead of this immediately." The ANBU that had been willing to slice Sakura apart an instant ago simply vanished in a burst of speed, and Sakura felt her mouth go dry. "I need you to tell me everything, Haruno. Please do not spare any details," ordered Tsunade. And Sakura did just that, spilling all of what she knew, even that it couldn't have been that long ago based on the position of the moon. Tsunade took all that info in, and after Sakura finished, she opened her desk drawer and pulled out a tiny red scroll, unfurling it as she bit into her thumb and swiped some blood on it. Poof! Sakura watched as a small orange toad with a blue vest appeared. "Hey, what's up, boss lady?" greeted the small toad. "How did you summon me?" Tsunade rolled her eyes as she waved the scroll at him. "Gamakichi, I need you to deliver a message to Naruto for me. Sasuke has fled the village to join Orochimaru." The toad gave her a salute and disappeared in a poof of smoke. "Sakura, this is going to get resolved," said Tsunade. "Suna." Naruto was sitting across from Temari, a pot of chilled tea sitting between them on the table. "So due to their rudeness, I replaced all of their chocolate with the most liquidly poops I could get from the colonels. Ruined that asshole kid's birthday party as the cake was filled with literal shit," finished Naruto as he explained one of his better pranks from his childhood. "Kami, no wonder they let you become a shinobi. It was safer for the village," laughed Temari. "Do you want to get some rest? I know IWA shinobis have been making themselves scarce for the last day or so, but that's because none of them wanted to face Itachi," or Kisame asked Naruto. "No, I'm not tired," said Temari. "That works for me," said Naruto as he fiddled with the bandages that covered his hand. "I have enjoyed spending time with you." Temari let a small smile grace her face. "You're not the worst company either." Naruto opened his mouth, but they were interrupted by a poof of smoke and Gamakichi appearing on the table, sitting on the pot of tea. "Kichi, what are you doing here?" asked Naruto. The old lady. Your cousin said that Sasuke guy ran off with the snake guy," said Gamakichi. Naruto froze. "Did you say that Sasuke ran off with Orochimaru?" asked Temari. "That's the guy. Lady Hokage said that," said Gamakichi. Naruto grit his teeth as he stood up, and he swiped one of the seals on his arm, and he was wearing a copy of his mission clothing, a look of cold determination on his face. "Suna is southwest of Konoha. If I leave now, I can intercept at the border of the Kusagakure, preventing them from crossing into the hidden Sound Village," said Naruto as he balled up his fist. Sasuke Uchiha will be returning to the village in a body bag before he gets to Orochimaru. Kichi nodded and disappeared once more. Temari looked at Naruto and said, I can't convince you to wait for me, can I? No, I have to stop them. I am faster alone, admitted Naruto. We'll follow up as backup, said Temari before she grabbed him and kissed him on the cheek. I'll see if Kakashi is still in the village and have him follow up after you. Naruto nodded, and he took off running, skating on the sand with a variation of the water walking technique. His legs burned with the constant pulsing of chakra. He was flooding through them, but he just pushed through. The dark night sky slowly gave way to the pink hue of the sunrise, and Naruto was ready to sigh with relief as he reached the edge of the forest. Leaping off the hot-ass sand, Naruto took to the trees, and he felt his chakra readily start to replenish. He would be more than ready for whoever he came across. He closed his eyes and tapped into the feeling of the forest around him, his chakra spreading throughout the trees, and he could feel a handful of nasty, toxic chakra sources that were still a couple hours ahead of him. He kept his sense on them as he felt familiar chakra starting to close in on their location, and he was less than 25 minutes away when they started to crash. Most of the toxic chakra started to race away, and there was an explosion that he didn't need to sense as he could see it impact the forest ahead of him. Speeding up to his absolute max, Naruto arrived as he saw Choji panting across from some guy with red hair and stage 2 curse mark. Naruto's hand morphed into a sharp wedge, and he burst forward and buried it to the mid-forearm into the back of the head of the enemy. Naruto, you're a sight for sore eyes, said Choji. You gonna keep going? Asked Naruto as he ripped his arm free of the man's skull, letting the dead man drop to the floor. It confirmed Choji, these guys have such an intense chakra. I don't know if they're stronger than him, because I don't know if any of us are a match for any of them if they are. Naruto shook his head as they took off after the rest of the team. I disagree. I can handle any and all of them. Choji chuckled. Well, none of us are on your level. Naruto frowned. Who the hell is on this mission? Me, Shika, Ino, Kiba, Niji, Shino, and Sakura, replied Choji. Not the most combat-heavy team, but not a terrible team either, admitted Naruto. They arrived at the site of a fight, and they saw a dead curse mark user and a heavily injured Niji on the ground. A clone of Naruto split from his body, and the clone picked up Niji to take him back to the village. Moving on, they arrived at a site of Shikamaru using his shadow to hold a girl in place, a coffin beside her. Good job, Shikamaru, said Naruto. Oh, thank God, groaned Kiba, Sakura, and Ino went over the cliff fighting some weird set of twins. Naruto nodded as he went to grab the coffin that he felt Sasuke's bubbling chakra inside of. The feeling was growing more condensed and potent by the second. He was forced to jump back as a man with silvery hair landed on the coffin. Tayuya, you have failed your mission. Lucky I am here to complete it, said the mystery man as he flipped the coffin with his foot, and it landed on his back where he caught it and took off running. Release her, ordered Naruto as he blurred forward. Shikamaru released her just in time for Naruto to snap her neck with ease. Let's go, snarled Naruto as he raced after the man who was running off with Sasuke, both Choji and Shikamaru following after him. There was a spike of dark chakra, and they all felt a bit of dread fill their bodies. They eventually ran out of trees and arrived at a clearing and saw that the mystery man had stopped running, instead looking at them. The lid to the coffin was off, and there was no sign of Sasuke. You will not get in the way of Orochimaru's next vessel, said the man. Naruto tried to run past him, but he was cut off by a blur of white projectiles, and he glanced at the bone. That littered the ground. You will not get in the way. I will not allow it, said the man before he stiffened. Go, Naruto. Choji, and I will handle it, said Shikamaru as he held his signature hand sign, freezing the man. Naruto didn't need to be told twice as he blurred past him, and he felt the chakra of Sasuke getting closer by the second. He was much faster than the Uchiha, even with the power boost that the Uchiha had recently gotten. He arrived at the waterfall, standing on the head of the first Hokage as Sasuke landed on the head of Madara Uchiha, his back to Naruto. "I was hoping that you wouldn't get here in time," yelled out Sasuke over the roar of the falling water. "But I would be lying if I said I'm not excited that you're here. You will be an excellent test of my new power." "Are you out of your fucking mind, Sasuke?" questioned Naruto. "Abandoning the village is one thing, but running away to Orochimaru, who is going to try to take over your body, that's insane. It's easy for you to say, everyone loves you. Cousin of the 5th Hokage, relative of the 1st and 2nd. And one of my founding clan. One of my people who were killed in their own beds. Where is our retribution?" roared Sasuke as he turned to look at Naruto. The left side of his face covered in the curse mark, and his left eye was a black and yellow color rather than the normal onyx color. "Itachi is too dangerous for any shinobi in the village to take on. Going after him is suicide," countered Naruto. "Is that what you said before you and that eye-stealing bastard Kakashi rehearsed after you guys drove him off?" retorted Sasuke. "The whole village is talking about how you were able to match him in combat." Naruto took a deep breath as he realized that Sasuke was mad with power, and this was going to come to blows sooner than later. "I got lucky, Sasuke." "Enough with the lies, Naruto," spat Sasuke. "You and the village will mock me and my clan and no more. I would rather die than go back." Naruto let out a shallow breath as he nodded in understanding. Poor choice of words. Sasuke turned on his Sharingan, just in time to see Naruto's fist speeding at his face, and despite seeing it in absolute peak vision and in slow motion, he wasn't fast enough to stop or avoid the first slamming into his face. Skidding back, he received a kick to the face that sent him flipping backwards. But Naruto didn't allow that as he grabbed Sasuke's ankles and used it to slam Sasuke headfirst into the ground. Despite the numerous blows, Sasuke found that with the curse mark unlocked, Naruto wasn't massively stronger than him. Sure, the trio of hits hurt like a bitch, but previously they would have left him unable to fight. But now, they felt like little more than regular hits. Thus, when he slowly stood back up, Naruto looked surprised. Pushing his advantage, Sasuke tried to throw a punch at Naruto, who dunked under the punch, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block the follow-up elbow. He folded his torso down to avoid the spinning kick to the head, and Sasuke landed on his feet, feeling disappointed at being unable to land a single blow. But then again, it made sense to him. Naruto had been able to hold his own against Itachi, even if it was with help. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke unleashed the first level of the curse mark as the black marks covered his entire body rather than his left side, as it usually did. No, this felt much more natural to wield, less chakra draining too. Blurring forward, Sasuke's kick was barely blocked by Naruto's left arm. His hand grazed Naruto's hair on the spinning backhand that he launched as he used the block for leverage. A big smile broke across Sasuke's face as his right hand buried itself into Naruto's stomach, the blonde boy coughing up spit from the force of the blow. The smile disappeared as Naruto slammed his forehead protector into Sasuke's nose, breaking it with a pop that sent a trail of bloody boogies sliding down Sasuke's throat. He swallowed the mucky fluid as he crossed his hands in front of his nose to prevent a punch from Naruto from reaching his face. It failed as the blonde's fist ripped through his guard like rice paper before slamming into his face, sending him flying off the head of the statue of his ancestor. Riding himself in the air, Sasuke spat out flames from his mouth as Naruto jumped after him. But Naruto ripped right through his flames, and the kick to the stomach knocked all the air out of Sasuke. He landed on his hands and knees on the surface of the water, wheezing as he struggled to bring air into his lungs. He staggered to his feet, and he went to bring up a guard for the rushing Naruto. Naruto threw a punch, but he actually managed to duck under it. His left arm struck out, and he pushed away the follow-up elbow, spinning Naruto around. Naruto's arm turned into a mallet that he slid under before using both of his feet to send Naruto flying off into the air. Naruto launched himself at Sasuke once more, but he blocked a punch, slipped a kick, blocked another kick. Spotting a brief opening, Sasuke chopped Naruto in the neck. Much to his surprise, the blow hit Naruto, and he gasped as he couldn't breathe for a moment. Sasuke pushed his advantage, landing a punch to Naruto's stomach, followed by a kick to his side, then a double-footed backflip kick to the face. Panting, Sasuke noticed that Naruto was much slower than before as he rushed back in. His movements were so much easier to read, and he could spot weaknesses that he hadn't before. His Sharingan must have evolved to the 3-Tomo form. Naruto landed across from him. "You're a little too good at using that curse mark, using its secret." Sasuke ignored the rhetorical question and narrowed his eyes at Naruto, who simply rolled his shoulders, and Sasuke's eyes took in that Naruto's body had taken no damage from the hits he had landed. Naruto's chakra bubbled to the surface of his skin, and Sasuke saw a flash of green, and it might as well have been Rock Lee the way the punch caved in his face. Skidding across the water, Sasuke rolled back up to his feet only for Naruto to be in front of his and punch him in the stomach so hard that Sasuke felt his eyes bugle from the force. The next blow was an uppercut to the chest that lifted him off the ground, followed by a lightning-quick 1-2 combo to the chest before Naruto did a backflip kick to the face that sent Sasuke flying backwards. How could this be happening to me? I'm supposed to be stronger than him. He's a fucking fraud. It should be me with this level of power. Sasuke growled as he climbed back to his feet, and unlike Naruto, he was starting to take damage from all these blows. His body trembled as the curse mark first stage form was starting to take its toll on his chakra pools. Glancing at Naruto, Sasuke leapt in the air to avoid the blonde and charged up a Chidori with his right hand. "Dodge this, you coward." Naruto looked at the shrieking ball of lightning and lifts his own right hand as a ball of spiraling churka appeared in the hand, the ball of chakra spinning at a rate that even his Sharingan couldn't track. Sasuke launched himself down towards Naruto with his churka, and Naruto leapt at him, both of them extending their arms holding their attacks at each other. Chidori. Rasengan. The jutsu clashed into each other, and Sasuke gasped as he felt his body get launched back in a spinning motion. Righting himself, he landed on the wall of Rock's feet first, and he looked at Naruto, who was standing on the water, looking up at him with his forest green eyes. Panting, Sasuke felt himself grow a bit more worried that he might not be able to beat Naruto at this rate. The Senju had a fucking response for everything he pulled out, and he felt the curse mark pulsing. "Why are you worried, my dear little Sasuke? You have me by your side." Sasuke grit his teeth as he heard the slippery voice of Orochimaru whispering in the back of his mind. "Tell me what to do." "Simple. Dig deeper into the power of the curse mark." Sasuke closed his eyes, and he gave into the pulse of the curse mark, and he felt the deep well of power underneath the surface. And he did as Orochimaru said and reached in with both hands and pulled it into his being. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he watched the black, flame-like markings spread across Sasuke's body, emanating from the curse mark on his neck, forming twisted, intricate patterns that seemed to shift and pulse with his chakra until it covered his entire body and caused his skin turn a dark, ashen gray, like shadowed stone, giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. His eyes, once sharp and calculating, become darker and more sinister, glowing with a menacing intensity, the Sharingan activated and swirling. His hair, normally spiky and black, grew longer, wild and untamed, cascading over his face and down his back. Two long, jagged, hand-like wings sprout from his shoulder blades, giving him an ominous and bat-like silhouette. These wings aren't just for show. They exude a raw, pulsating energy, further enhancing his terrifying presence. His voice grows deeper, more guttural, reflecting the darker power now coursing through him. "This is it for you, Naruto." Naruto covered his face as a massive gust of wind swept through the entire valley, which proved to be a mistake when a foot slammed into his stomach, causing blood to spray from his mouth. A fist slammed into his face, followed by a kick to the chest against. Then a massive hand like winged backhand sent him flipping up into the air. There was a chirping of birds before a bolt of black lightning pushed its way into his chest, but he managed to jerk to the side, making it punch through his left shoulder. Growling as the pain of the gaping hole, Naruto used his right hand to grip the arm that had held the Chidori and squeeze it until he heard a crack of the bone. Roaring in pain, Sasuke jerked back as the curse mark rushed to heal the broken arm, and Naruto dropped to the ground, a burning sensation filling his gut, and he found himself unable to move. The valley of end around him flashed into the view of a sewer, and when it returned to normal, he found Sasuke's foot slamming into his face. The sewer returned, and Naruto gasped as he felt his body twist before a pain unlike anything else he had ever felt before. His life filled his neck before the world went completely black. His last view was Sasuke staring down at him. Pathetic. The sewer setting returned, and Naruto found that he couldn't walk on this water. In fact, he couldn't feel any chakra at all. The ankle-deep water was everywhere, but Naruto accepted it as he followed the source of the grumbled voice. He found himself walking down the hall, and there was a mangled gate with a piece of paper waving in the wind. But in front of that massive set of gates was a giant wooden box, a pair of orange-red eyes glaring at him through a gap in the wood. "Do I know you?" asked Naruto. "You sound familiar." "Doi. Interesting." The words shook the wooden box, but the wood held firm. The wood looked a lot like his Mokuton abilities. Perhaps this was the source of it. "My name is Naruto," said Naruto, introducing himself. "I'm like not dead, right?" "Dead? No. That Uchiha brat broke your neck while you were having visions of this place. That might have been my fault, but once you loosen this box a bit, my power will heal you, as I always did." "You're the reason I used to heal so quickly as a kid?" asked Naruto. "Of course, we have been together since before you were born. You know who I am, you know what I am." Old Man Third had left me a scroll explaining the situation around my birth. "You're the nine-tailed fox," said Naruto. The box shook as the massive fox inside chuckled, and Naruto frowned. "Why are you locked away inside that box? Shouldn't you be free to roam this place as you wish?" questioned Naruto. "Your Mokuton abilities are a natural suppressor of my power. You know this based on your fight with Gaara and his tail beast, even if it basically hanging halfway out that pathetic excuse seal. So I did this to you? How can we fix it?" asked Naruto. "You would free me without any reassurance that I wouldn't just kill you and escape this seal forever?" You're not going to do that, right?" asked Naruto. "No, even if I wanted to, the seal has a reset built in should I ever manage to escape. You spend enough time sealed inside of an Uzumaki, you learn all about their sealing techniques." "I'm pretty sure I don't know how to make this seal," admitted Naruto. "You are not the only Uzumaki that I've been sealed in." "Fair enough," said Naruto before he opened his hand and pointed his palm at the box, and the wooden box slowly unraveled and turned into a tiny seed that shot off into his palm. The massive fox was not there, but a small dog-sized fox with 9 swishing tails behind his form was. "Begone from this place, you have a fight to continue." Naruto nodded, and the sewer around him faded, and he opened his eyes in the real world to feel a hand around his ankle dragging his body. Kabuto and Sasuke were walking in front of his form, and Kabuto was the one dragging him. There was a flash of anger through his body, and Kabuto hissed as bubbling red energy covered Naruto's body, and he was forced to let go. "Going somewhere?" asked Naruto, as he flipped on all fours as a single tail of chakra appeared behind him. Sasuke looked like someone had killed his clan all over, and Kabuto looked like he wasn't ready for this fight all that much either. "Go on your traitors, say your prayers, but know that I am not listening," growled Naruto as he raced forward all on all fours, before he stopped by a massive 3-bladed scythe slamming down between him and the duo that I in the shinobi world. Something like immortality could be seen as a beautiful gift, something that truly put you over the top of any other shinobi and into the realms of the legends such as Hashirama or Madara. If you could not be killed, you could not be defeated, at least in theory. Naruto's eyes followed the thrown scythe and blitzed the owner. Again, immortality, legend status, yada yada. Hayden was learning that shit did not apply to him as Naruto ripped his body in half with his red chakra arms. "You fucking son of a bitch," swore Hayden as his upper half clawed itself on the ground towards his lower half. Kabuto tried to step in front of Sasuke, but a powerful foot slammed into his stomach, causing him to let out a series of powerful, uncontrolled wheezes and coughs as struggled to breathe after the blow. Naruto backhanded the silver-haired traitor away and stared at Sasuke before he spat blood-filled saliva into the face of the Uchiha. "Breaking my neck wasn't enough," hissed Naruto as he blurred away, appearing behind Sasuke and knocking him out with a single chop to the neck. The beaten Uchiha dropped to the ground, and Naruto eyed the Hayden who had magically healed from being ripped in half, and Kabuto whose burnt skin healed itself right in front of Naruto. "You should give up, brat," said Kabuto between coughs. "You're not on my level. I'm on the same level as Kakashi, as is Hayden." Naruto shook his head in amused disbelief. "If you're as strong as Kakashi, I'm on the same level as the first Hokage." Naruto's form exploded into wooden shards that sprayed at both of them. Kabuto flipped out of the way, and Hayden tanked the attack, swearing angrily as the wood punched into his skin, causing the silver-haired shinobi to bleed freely. Naruto, himself, hissed in pain as the use of his Mokuton caused the red chakra that coated his form to spasm. "You can use my chakra, or you can use the Mokuton ability. You cannot use both, brat." Naruto mentally nodded as he spun around and slipped under a slash from Kabuto, the hand glowing with an eerie green glow. It looked like some kind of medical jutsu from the feel of the chakra, but Naruto wasn't stupid enough to let himself get hit by that. His tail of chakra swung at Kabuto, barely missing the traitor, but leaving behind a trail of blisters on the teen's arm, even with the miss. Kabuto grit his teeth as he healed his arm from the blisters, his eyes locked onto Naruto's form that disappeared. A strong kick to the chest sent the glasses-wearing traitor flying away, his chest covered in burns worse than his arm. Naruto couldn't advance on Kabuto as Hayden swung that scythe at him once more, his body healed once more. Naruto slid backwards as he weaved in and out of the random slashes. There was no pattern to these attacks. Most likely this was on purpose. It was easier to defeat people when you didn't have a formal style. "Stay still, you fucking brat," demanded Hayden as he failed to keep up with the speed of the QB-enhanced Naruto. Naruto finally spotted an opening, but as he moved to strike Hayden in the ribs, Kabuto's glowing hand ripped through the ground and grabbed his left leg, shredding the muscle. Naruto fell forward, unable to use his plant leg for a moment. He rolled out of the scythe, but he could hear Kabuto's screams of pain as the act of grabbing his leg burned his hand. "I think you should use less of my power and more of your Mokuton. The Uchiha can wake up any moment, and a 3-on-1 fight is not promising." Naruto took a deep breath as he flared his chakra, and his Mokuton purged his body of the angry red chakra. "This bitch-ass punk can't use his demon's chakra for all that long," commented Hayden. "He has Mokuton. It's more dangerous than any tailed beast," countered Kabuto as he fully emerged from the ground, his body covered in raw red skin. "Yeah, whatever. All of you pale in comparison to Jashin," said Hayden with a roll of his eyes. "You're being paid to assist in getting the Uchiha to Orochimaru. Remember the job," retorted Kabuto. "I get paid for the attempt," replied Hayden. "I say we rush the brat. He can't be that strong." Kabuto's response was lost on the man as he rushed at Naruto, who stood there calmly, his body relaxed, and his chakra swirling around his body. The grass was greener, the trees shivering in delight. The scythe's blade rapidly approached Naruto's still form, and Hayden could only watch as Naruto's eyes opened, the forest green orbs glaring at him. Naruto's right hand caught the blade, refusing to yield to the blade with no cut. The left hand of Naruto slammed into Hayden's torso, and the man spat up blood as he was sent flying backwards with a force that he couldn't imagine coming from the blonde boy. Naruto glanced upwards as the sound of a gust of wind appeared overhead. It was clear who had come to assist him, but he didn't feel that it was needed at this moment. They still had a mission to accomplish, and every moment that they were fighting, it was another moment that Sasuke could wake up and decided to take off or join the fight. Temari, grab the Uchiha and return him to the village. I will finish up here, said Naruto. You might need help, replied Temari as she floated on her fan above him. Not with this trash, said Naruto as a wood clone morphed out of the ground grabbed Sasuke, melting into the ground once more and appearing beside Naruto. The clone exploded into chakra, absorbing wooden binds and trapping Sasuke. Naruto tossed Sasuke up to Temari. The mission is to keep him from getting to Orochimaru. Finish the mission, Temari. If you don't come back in one piece, warned Temari as she used a flare of churka to take off once more. Haiden, follow her, ordered Kabuto. Mokutan style, deep forest expansion, said Naruto as he clapped his hands together. The flaring of his chakra was the only warning before deep brown trees erupted all around Naruto. Kabuto grabbed Haiden, barely escaping with a well-timed substitution jutsu, but Naruto wasn't concerned about either of them. He morphed into the closest tree to him, his right arm shifting into a large wooden mallet as he did so. He popped out right where the duo of silvery-haired shinobi popped out, and his mallet-shaped arm slammed into Kabuto's ribs, shattering them with ease. As Haiden fought with Naruto, the battlefield was almost alive. Trees creaked, roots twisted, and the very ground seemed to pulse with the will of Naruto's Mokutan chakra. Standing calmly amidst the chaos, Naruto's forest-green eyes locked onto his opponent Haiden, grinning madly with bloodlust. Haiden charged first, his scythe spinning wildly. You can't outrun Jashin's wrath, brat, he roared, the blade aiming to cleave Naruto in two. Naruto's hands moved in a blur of seals. Mokutan, wood wall formation. Thick wooden planks erupted from the earth, forming a barrier that absorbed the blow of Haiden's scythe. Splinters flew as the blade bit into the wood, but the barrier held firm. Naruto stepped out from behind it, his hands weaving more seals. Stop hiding and fight me, you coward, Haiden bellowed, yanking his scythe free and rushing forward again. Naruto didn't reply. Instead, a lattice of roots burst from the ground beneath Haiden's feet. Mokutan, root snare, Naruto said calmly. The roots coiled around Haiden's legs, yanking him off balance. Haiden cursed and hacked at the roots with his scythe, but for every root he severed, two more took its place. Kabuto took advantage of the distraction, darting in from Naruto's flank. His chakra-infused hand glowed a deadly green as he aimed for Naruto's ribcage. You're too predictable, he hissed. Naruto's hand slammed into the ground. Mokutan, forest creation. A towering tree erupted between him and Kabuto, its thick trunk absorbing the blow of Kabuto's chakra scalpel. As the tree twisted and grew, its branches lashed out like whips, forcing Kabuto to retreat with a hiss of frustration. You're wasting your energy, Kabuto said, his voice tight with annoyance. You can't keep this up forever. Naruto didn't answer. He turned his attention back to Haiden, who had managed to free himself from the roots and was charging once more, his scythe gleaming with fresh blood. Naruto raised one hand. Mokutan, thornbind flourish. Thick wooden spikes shot up from the ground, spiraling around Haiden like a living cage. The spikes tightened, their jagged edges pressing into his flesh. Haiden snarled and thrashed, but the wood held firm, its natural chakra nullifying his attempts to break free. Let me go, you damn brat, Haiden shouted, blood dripping from the puncture wounds across his body. Kabuto darted forward, desperate to free his ally. But Naruto was ready. Mokutan, branch grip strike. A massive branch shot out a nearby tree, striking Kabuto in the chest and slamming him into the ground where he melted into a pile of mud, having barely escaped the attack. Kabuto emerged from a tree below him, glaring up at Naruto. Do you think this will stop us? Haiden's immortal, and I can heal from anything. Naruto stepped closer, his expression calm but resolute. Immortality doesn't mean invincibility, and regeneration has its limits. He clapped his hands together again. Mokatan, forest burial. The ground around Kabuto and Haiden surged as massive trees grew in an instant, their roots coiling tightly around the immortal being. The branches entwined with the roots, forming an impenetrable cocoon of wood. Haiden's curses became muffled as the wooden prison sealed him completely. While Naruto had been dealing with Haiden, Kabuto gathered some of the blood from his mouth in his right hand before he started weaving hand signs. Naruto was certain that he could deal with any snake summoning that the traitor could summon. When Kabuto slammed his hand down, the amount of chakra that Naruto felt leave the man's body was way more than any summoning could have cost. Whatever he was summoning was something different than anything Naruto could have expected. A burst of smoke went off, and Naruto heard a soft TSK as a somewhat short, slender form walked forward from the smoke. You look to be overmatched, Kabuto. Such patheticness will be dealt with, hissed a voice. It was childlike in nature, but Naruto could feel the weight and power behind it. Orochimaru looked different, to be polite. He looked to be 16 or 17 years old, his features mixed with a chubby, baby-faced young woman, but there was no mistaking him and his presence. On my little experiment, perhaps you have a reason to be struggling so mightily after all, noted Orochimaru as high eyes locked on Naruto, before quickly dismissing him and continuing to scan the surrounding. No, Uchiha, it seems. I will be punishing you greatly afterwards, finished Orochimaru. Naruto blitzed forward, his right arm turning into a sharp stake that he thrust at Orochimaru, who simply caught the limb and ripped the limb off at the elbow with ease. Naruto exploded into a storm of wooden shards, but Orochimaru melted into mud once he was hit. My, you have developed quite the control over the Mokutan, said Orochimaru in Naruto's ear, right behind him in his new hiding spot. Naruto whirled around, but Orochimaru was no longer standing behind him. Glancing down, Naruto found Orochimaru standing on the same branch as him, but hanging upside down looking up at him. I can see how the Uchiha wouldn't have been able to best you in combat, even with the curse mark, noted Orochimaru as he noticeably began to speak clearer. You would give many Jonin all over the world a run for their money, but even with all that raw strength and speed, you lack that experience to be truly great. Naruto swung downwards, tried to strike the Sannin. Each blow was skillfully avoided, the smirk on Orochimaru's face telling Naruto this was not a real right. Naruto barely grazed Orochimaru's shoulder when Orochimaru shook his head, and things ended faster than he could blink. The fist that slammed into his stomach was so powerful that Naruto almost blacked out. Only the burning pain of vomiting kept him awake. A foot pressed down on his form, mushing his face into the puddle of bile, rubbing his face into it. Killing you would be so satisfying to me. Dealing another blow to Konoha, another blow to my former teammates, getting revenge on Minato for taking the Hokage seat from me all those years ago. It would be fun, fulfilling even. But you have to remain alive to continue killing off those cloud-wearing pawns for me, sighed Orochimaru. Orochimaru grabbed Naruto by the neck and lifted him off the ground, his face dripping with blood-filled vomit. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in the eye. You have become nearly worth more trouble alive than dead. If I could safely take the Kyuubi from your body, you'd be dead. Sasuke will be mine in due time. You have a war to fight in, and beware red clouds. He tossed Naruto to the side, and Naruto crashed into a person, his vision taking in the sight of Kakashi as his world turned black. Take the brat back to the village, Kakashi. Be happy. I'm allowing you to leave in one piece, hissed Orochimaru. You know about the Akatsuki, stated Kakashi. I was a former member, but we had a difference in ideals, And I left, said Orochimaru as a snake slithered up to him, bringing him Kabuto's weakened, defeated form. Look at that. Your brat beat my second in command. You've done a masterful job training him, complimented Orochimaru before the pair of them disappeared, being consumed by flames. Back at the village, Naruto was still in his hospital bed, his form mostly healed. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tenzo, and Tsunade were also in the room with him. The Akatsuki are dangerous, more than Naruto can handle at this moment, said Tsunade. I took out that hiding guy without any issue, countered Naruto. He wasn't there when we went to retrieve him. He either escaped or was freed by his partner, noted Jiraiya. They all have a partner, and they are all S-ranked missing shinobi. How many is there? Asked Tsunade. For what I understand, 10, answered Jiraiya. They're all after the tailed beasts and Slash or their hosts. That means whether we like it or not, Naruto will have to fight these guys at some point or another. That hung in the room like a storm cloud. I killed that hiding guy like 3 times. He just kept getting back up, added Naruto, spikes through the heart and brain. I ripped him in half at one point. He just kept coming. They're all that rank for a reason, brat, said Jiraiya. I think the best bet would be to have Naruto accompany me on a training trip. I can get him up to par with any of them within 2 years. We don't have the luxury, admitted Tsunade. Naruto is needed either here or in Suna for the foreseeable future. He's not just another Chunin. He's the heir to the Senju clan, the co-face of the treaty as well. He can't just get engaged and then skate off for 2 years on that girl. It's not proper. I could train Naruto while he's in the village. Maybe we can rotate him, shrugged Kakashi. I think Kakashi is correct, spoke Tenzo for the first time. Naruto is important to the village, but he also has a rather unique threat that applies to him and only 8 other people or beings. The best bet would be 3 months of duty, then 4 to 6 weeks of Jiraiya training. That limits my ability to train him, muttered Jiraiya. However, it also limits your ability to goof off when you have him to yourself, retorted Tenzo. You might be one of the best shinobi in the world, but you have a wandering eye as much as anyone. Jiraiya shrugged. I have a lot of different tasks on my plate. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I'm sure the world absolutely need you to pervy out on unsuspecting women. Jiraiya puffed out his chest. Of course, the world needs more of my books. They are a best-selling series after all. Naruto groaned. Can't we just let them capture me? Jiraiya frowned. Shut the fuck up, brat. The real question is, what are we going to do about this war? IWA isn't going to keep sending fodder for long. They're going to hit Suna with something serious sooner than later. We just don't know when. Is it going to be them using their Jinchuriki? Questioned Tsunade. Jiraiya grew serious. I haven't heard anything about them deploying their Jinchuriki. Neither Han or Rashi have been heard of in months. Naruto gripped the sheets of his bed. Do you think the Akatsuki got them? No, there would have been signs of a fight. Both of them have complete control of over their tailed beasts. Rashi has been a Jinchuriki for over 30 years now. He is not to be taken lightly. I don't know if anyone in the village bar guy and the people in this room would stand a chance against him, dismissed Jiraiya. So now what? Asked Naruto. Now, you rest up while I go get in touch with my spy network. I need to put my ear to the ground and learn what I need to learn. You will most likely return to Suna with your bride-to-be, and I will meet you there in 2 months' time. From there we will start training, said Jiraiya before he popped away in a burst of smoke.